We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands and waters on which we gather today, which is part of the nation of the north of Tasmania. We pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who are here with us today. As we gather to compete on the water, we recognise and honour the ongoing connection to land, water and culture that the traditional custodians have maintained for thousands of years.
Good morning all, good morning Lizzie Chapman, and welcome to a rather spooky looking Lake Barrington here for day 5 of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. A bit of low fog over the course out the window, but fantastic conditions for racing, most importantly, Lizzie.
They are indeed slightly warmer. A slightly warmer start to the day, which is great for all of the athletes that are doing the pre-rows or during the first races of the day, and most importantly, beautiful still water. So it's worth the fog and the spookiness.
Absolutely, no, it makes for some great photos out the commentary box window. But another big day of racing ahead of us. Plenty of finals throughout this morning. And beginning, Lizzie, with one of our para races to kick off proceedings.
Yes, that's right. We're going to start off with the PR3 mixed double scull, which of course is the event in which Australia took gold at the recent Paris Paralympics. We won't be seeing that double racing, but we will be seeing the talent of the future coming through racing, and it's a pretty full field. So join us for that at 8 o'clock. And then we go to our wonderful under-19s and under-17s who are still racing their hearts out. I think we start with the under-19 doubles, and then we've got, under-17 doubles, that's right.
Under-19. So a lot of the athletes we saw yesterday in the single sculls now combining up and rowing the double sculls as well.
And again, a lot of talent for the future in that early part of the racing. But later on in the day, lots of exciting stuff, some more para racing, our senior people racing in various different crews. The women's 4 looks amazing, and lightweight 8s.
Yes, the lightweight 8s, the men's and the women's, just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. So there's 5 entries in the women's, which is a new event this year, 6 in the men's. So anyone who's trying to kill off lightweight rowing is not working very well.
Made a mistake in Australia, that's for sure. And tons of school racing in the afternoon.
Absolutely. So thanks to all the volunteers for making this regatta happen as well. And it's been great to see them all in their bright shirts right around the venue. It's been a wonderful 4 days here, and day 5 about to commence as well.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. Events Tasmania, Hancock Prospecting, Australian Sports Commission and the Australian Institute of Sport, Felipe Lido, 776 BC, Bont Rowing, Colgan Foundation, Inglewood Coffee Roasters, Bolle Australia, Bannister Downs Dairy, Sharp EIT Solutions, Ticketmaster, The Regatta Shop, Sykes Rowing, Concept 2, Croker Oars, Salters Hire, G.A. Millers. With support from Rowing Tasmania, Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Victoria and Rowing WA. Tasmania is an adventurer's paradise where towering mountains, like the local Mount Roland, invite you to explore their majestic heights. The wild Mersey trails offer 100 kilometres of weaving mountain bike, offering exhilarating descents and breathtaking views. White water brushes through the wilderness, carrying rafts on thrilling journeys into the heart of nature. Discover deep caves and wander through our ancient forest. Cast a line in crystal clear streams and engage in spirited bouts with trout. In northwest Tasmania, every turn reveals a new adventure waiting to be found. Discover all of Tasmania's personality, from secluded arcs of white sand to verdant vineyards, succulent seafood, artsy festivals and adventure in wild places at discovertasmania.com.au or download the Discover Tasmania app. Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Rosellas and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta.
And joined in the commentary box this morning for our pre-racing interview by another of the fairly new NTC athletes in the Rowing Australia program, Harry Fox. Good morning, Harry, and welcome.
Good morning. It's nice to be here. It's a great day.
It's a fantastic view out the window here as the fog just descends a bit lower on Lake Barrington too at the moment, so it could be an interesting morning we're in for. But we'll go back briefly to the beginning of your rowing career. I guess a fairly traditional entry into the sport through the APS system in Melbourne.
Yeah, so I started at Melbourne Grammar Rowing in the down by the Yarra at Boathouse Drive. Progressed through the ranks, rowed the first 8 with a few of the current Rosellas like Ferg Hamilton and past ones and like Jack Robertson in the men's 8. So it's been great. It was a great time at school.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly still a very strong program there at Melbourne Grammar School as well. And you progressed to your first Australian team in the junior men's double scull in 2019.
Yeah, so I raced the junior men's double scull with a guy called Hamish Enriques. Trained it out of WA, and then we went to the Olympic course in Tokyo, which is fantastic. You get to go see the place where all the Olympians went and won the medals 2 years later after COVID, and yeah, we were lucky enough to get away with a gold medal ourselves at the regatta, so that was fantastic. It was great.
And you were there when there were actually crowds allowed on the course, so that must have been a fantastic experience.
No, it was fantastic. I had my mum and my sister, some family members and my best friend over there, so it was incredibly memorable. It's a shame I never made the pontoon to get the medal.
Yes. And a brief stint after that over at Boston in the US university program. How did that go?
Oh, it was great fun. I trained on the Charles every morning, got to experience the whole college experience before COVID hit, and then decided to come home and stay here. And I'm glad I did because, I mean, you couldn't turn down anything in Australia for that.
No, exactly. So you stuck home just in time in March of 2020. It could have been a long wait otherwise, I suspect.
Absolutely, absolutely. Better than online classes.
Yeah, this is very true. And you've got an affinity with this course at the 2021 Nationals here at Barrington. You won every race you contested, took home a swag of medals.
Yeah, so I was with a guy called James Scott, who we won the 21 pair with, and then with him alongside a few others, we went and won the 21 coxed 4, 23 men's 8, and then broke a long-standing drought of the youth 8, which was a very, very special time because we got a bunch of guys that were supposed to go to the US college system, and then they stuck around to COVID the same reason I did, and then we were able to build a fantastic youth 8 around it.
Yeah. So that was your first experience in the big wave. I must say it's great to have another Victorian up here in the commentary box. Apart from myself and Chris O'Brien, you're the third one all week to make it up. There's a bit too much sky blue going on this level of the tower, but we are looking forward to Sunday's racing as well. But we'll go now to your current arrangements at the NTC. You're part of a fairly new intake. Obviously, they're trying to build again towards Los Angeles and then the Brisbane Games in 2032. So you've been there now since the beginning of the year. How do you find the Canberra experience?
Oh, it's fantastic. We get the facilities, the sponsors and everything like that. We row in Sykes boats and Filippi boats all day, with new Bont shoes and all the 776 kit provided. So it's honestly fantastic. The food, the coaching, all the data we get, it's world class. It's beyond anything I've ever seen, and we're just so happy. It's like a kid at a candy store. You get to follow your dreams, and with a smile on your face. It's awesome.
Yeah, excellent. And you've reverted to sculling primarily now in your training.
Yeah. So I've had so I was glad. trips with the some of the Australian team for what was it? All those I forget. Some of the events held on through there. Sponsored by I think maybe the Chinese government or something like that. So it sounds like a whole lot of fun. It's like Shanghai is probably one of those places you want to go to.
Absolutely, that would be fantastic. So we've got racing about to begin, Harry, so we'll have to end it there. But thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure talking to you this morning, and we look forward to seeing you back out in the water over the rest of the week.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. To celebrate Inglewood Coffee Roasters' partnership with Rowing Australia, we're thrilled to offer a $30 voucher for our online store to everyone attending the Australian Rowing Championships. Simply scan the QR code displayed on the screen, fill in your details, follow the prompts, and start shopping for your favourite coffee blends and more.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all of our incredible event volunteers who have generously given their time to be part of the volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment, volunteers, are the driving forces behind a successful and enjoyable event for everyone involved, so thank you. And participants, as you move around the regatta this week, please take a moment to show your appreciation to our amazing volunteers and boat race officials. You can spot them in the very bright shirts, and just remember they're making this event possible for all of us.
Be part of the journey and help shape a brighter, stronger future for Rowing Australia. Join as an RA Foundation member today or make a donation of any amount to show your support. Membership starts at just $50. Anyone who donates during the Australian Rowing Championships will receive a free gift available for collection on Saturday at the Row Union Bar. Together, we can power the future of Australian rowing.
Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders in the boat park to service your boats and provide spare parts. We have Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintech, Rowfit, Row Gear, Perfect Balance Rowing and Laszlo Boats.
In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of events and venue staff. All cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. Keep Lake Barrington clean. Make sure that you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and daily draws, visit our website rowingaustralia.com.au/ARC. And there's a great shot down the course here of the slightly spooky looking conditions here at Lake Barrington as we're about to begin the fifth day of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships with our para double scull. The race looks like it. In fact, I think that's boats heading up to the start as we go up into the fog. So it's a very interesting sight here at Lake Barrington. But Lizzie and I are going to vacate the commentary box for this first race, and we'll bring in a couple of serious experts on para racing who've got two Paralympic campaigns between them. So it's my pleasure to welcome back to the commentary box where we met yesterday morning Al Viney. Good morning, Al. How are you?
Good morning. The button's on. I've got the mic.
You're live and you're on the air. And I'm going to step out for Stuart John, who'll come in and talk you through this first race.
All right. Can't wait.
I do like, thanks to Richard Dorstein there, I do like that. Two Paralympic campaigns between us. Perhaps Al will have it so it's at 2028 in LA. You'll be on the water and I'll be on the microphone. So then we'll have four between us.
That sounds incredible. Let's do it.
Well, we can see there the doubles heading down to the start. As Richard said, it is almost spooky at the moment. It is, and they are underway in our first race of the day. It is the PR3 Mixed Doubles Sculls Finals, and I'm really excited, Al, to see some of the crews in this race. So in lane number 2, we've got Bronte Marshall from Community and Michael Taylor from Tasmania University, Isabel Egan from Radford and Sam Stenell from Adelaide Rowing Club, Bundaberg Composite, Aaron Skinner from Nestles and Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg, Uni of Queensland and Lake Macquarie, a great double of Lisa Greisel and Mac Russell, Catherine Vargosi from Community and Jessie Hall from North Esk Lane 6, and then Nick Bartlett and Susanna Lutzer from Mercantile and Banks and the NTC. And it does look like this Adelaide Radford composite in lane number 3 of Egan and Stenell, who are out in front, and 2 new names to the para rowing community. It's great to see.
This lineup is insane. I feel like I'm part of the race right now. You and I are sitting here, we'd be out the back, maybe in the double, but can you have a look at this lineup? The names that you have just read out, we've got some fresh faces, we've got some Paralympic campaign athletes out there as well. Like, this is immense. And to kick the day off like this, oh my goodness.
Well, you've got to start off on your best foot, of course.
Yeah, this is the show. Everyone, please turn to the lake right now.
So this year as well, we've got with obviously the defending champions are Jed Altschwager and Nikki Ayres.
Defending champions, the legends of this race.
Absolutely, and the Paralympic champions. We know that Jed's retired. We don't know what Nikki's doing. If you are watching Nikki, big shout out to you. Great rower for Capital Lakes and also for the ACT, as we just see Bronte Marshall in the bow seat there with Michael Taylor from Tasmania University over there in lane number 2. But there are opportunities available now in the Australian rowing team. That para mixed double was new to the Paralympics in Paris.
It was.
And Jed and Nikki are the only winners.
They are, and I mean, they definitely convincingly won that race in Paris, but also every race leading up to it as well. So the athletes out there at the moment have got some big shoes to fill, big Bont shoes to fill. But I mean, this is a great chance. It's the start of a campaign. Jed and Nikki paved the way in this event. It was amazing to have another boat entered into the Paralympic Games. And as you can see, the spread across the field right now, the fact that we have a full race, this was a brand new event. And now we're already packing it out. So this is going to be exciting to see. We've got a couple of years now leading into LA. Any one of these athletes could be making the boat.
As we just see there, the crew of Jessie Hall in the bow seat there for North Esk, and then Catherine Vargosi from Community Rowing Club in the stroke seat. I think we'll see her in the fours later on tomorrow. As we just see there, the footage on the screen, it's still Egan and Stenell ahead of Bartlett and Lutzer just off in the background there. So again, is this the double that takes over the ACT and South Australian combining in a para double again?
It could be. Now, it's really important to note that some of the athletes in this event actually won't be able to qualify for the Paralympic Games because of the way that classification works. But it doesn't mean that domestically they can't be out there racing for a national championship. We just saw before Sue's having a good look out there from the bow. She'll be instructing Nick. I know there'll be a great team, both from Victoria. But incredible, there are 2 Tasmanians out there right now racing on their home lake. I'm so proud. This is very exciting. And the spread across the lake, like, this is some great racing.
And one of those Tasmanians on the screen in Michael Taylor in the red boat of Tasmania University, and behind him Bronte Marshall, who is very well known amongst the para rowing community. It's Egan and Stenell in the lead at the moment, ahead of Mercantiles, Bartlett and Lutzer, and then Lake Macquarie and University of Queensland, that is Greisel and Russell. As we just see there, the crew of Aaron Skinner in the stroke seat, and then Rebecca Markwell, who won the Coxed 4 last year. Also both of them have won the last couple ahead of the Yarras for the Para 8 that we've had going down there. And it's nice and even, so it's a race in 2. It is the 3 at the front and then the 3 towards the back. And then getting back, Hal, to what you were saying about the different classifications. So at the world rowing level, they don't have the intellectual impairments.
That's correct.
And then within the PR3 community as well, there's 2 different levels. So you've got the level for the 4s and then the level for the doubles. So even though it depends on, depending on your classification, it does depend on, say with physical disability, physical impairments, that you can have it where you are eligible for the 4 but not eligible for the double.
That's correct, yes. In simplest terms, they actually scale us based on a numbers chart. And so there is above a 20-point system, you can classify for the double. So Jed and Nikki, the PR3 mixed double is a mixed event, but you use your legs, your bodies and your arms, but somewhere in there you do have a disability, and that has to be based on a scale. So we will see some athletes making that. I myself actually make it, but I'm not much of a straight line athlete. I'm more like Nemo whenever you give me 2 oars. So I've been trying out there, but not at all what we're seeing out here on the lake, so that's why I stick to my sweeping.
It's a very impressive scull here from Isabel Egan and Sam Stenell.
Oh,
we saw Isabel winning the women's PR3 single sculls, coached by Gordon Marks, the former Australian para-rowing coach. And then they're ahead of Susanna Lutzer, who did really well in the single yesterday. She finished second in that one behind Isabel Egan. And then Nick Bartlett, who made his Australian day. He got his citizenship last year, got his classification, and then rode for Australia in Lucerne in the men's pair with Toby Goffsasson.
He sure did. And he came along to many of our Canberra camps as well, like very much a fringe athlete. He was an incredible support to us in our Paris campaign. But yeah, it's incredible to see the matchups out here. Now, I think it is of note, World Rowing has just announced that there will be a mixed 8. Take note, para-athletes have been doing this for years. We have been combining and putting men and women together in boats and making it work. Come to us, come and ask. We've got the secret, we've got the magic. You can see it out there on the lake right now. We've been able to match up athletes and they are seriously driving through. They're just entering, the last 500 metres now. 250
metres left to go. 250 for our leading crews. And then I like this battle going for the towards the back of the field. It's 4th, 5th and 6th, all within a couple of boat lengths of each other. That is Tasmania University and Community, and then Bundaberg and Nestles and North Esk and Community. And the other thing, just as our leading crews come towards the finish, Dale, is that both you and I, with our hand impairments, slightly different, but we do use, there are some straps and there are some bits of equipment available. So we both use something called an active hand strap for our sweep rowing, and it's great because they do have it where, for me, missing bits and pieces, I think is the nicest way of putting it. They've got a slightly different one, whereas for you with a full hand, full fingers, then they've got a different one that helps you be able to row.
They sure do, but you know what? I don't reckon I could hold on like these people are out here on the lake right now. We're about to cross the finish line. Oh my goodness, what a race. Great finish here, strong from Isabel and Sam. They are celebrating together. That is a strong lead there.
Yeah, great win there for Isabel Egan and Sam Stenell. The second gold medal for Radford College's Isabel Egan. They finish ahead of Nick Bartlett and Susanna Lutzer from Mercantile and Banks Rowing Clubs. As we just see here, Lisa Greisel and Mac Russell. Expecting to see Lisa well and truly in the running for an Australian spot later on this year. Lisa in the bow seat there. Mac Russell in the stroke seat, just taking a few deep breaths.
Oh, he's also clicking off his watch there. That'll be uploaded to Strava a little bit later. Everyone give him some kudos. That man knows how to track some data, that's for sure. And just saying, red and pink, I don't often rate them together, but Nick and Suze out there, absolutely dynamite, representing Banks and Mercantile as well. We love that combination.
There's some nice new Zooties that are going on out there at the moment, aren't there? It's the Lake Macquarie and University of Queensland new Zooties are quite nice in that Greisel and Russell combination, as we just see Bronte Marshall and Michael Taylor come across the line. They'll finish in a very nice 4th place. That was a 7:30.10 in what is some pretty flat conditions out there, so that's a pretty speedy time, as we just see there, Bronte Marshall and Michael Taylor. Coming in behind them, it will be the crew of Aaron Skinner and Rebecca Markwell from Warrnambool and Bundaberg, respectively, Nestles and Bundaberg rowing clubs. And then finishing up will be the North Esk and Community crew of Catherine Bargosi and Jessie Hall from Community and North Esk rowing clubs. If you do want to get involved in para rowing, please contact your state or territory association. It is a heck of a lot of fun. Come join Al and I out on the waters, and look, we've got some more para racing. You're in the pairs a little bit later on today, and then the 4s on tomorrow.
I won't be in the 4, but you know what? I'll be watching. It'll be hard to sit on the sidelines for that one, but yeah, there'll be a spectacle, that's for sure. What are these conditions, by the way? That was a beautiful race, and they have just absolutely torn up this course, but I'm itching to get out there.
I am very jealous of you all being able to get out and have a row. Our thanks to two-time Paralympian Al Viney for the commentary on the PR3 double sculls. As we move on, we'll hand back to Richard and Lizzie as we go back down towards the start line for the final of the under-17 women's double sculls.
Well, we now have the final of the under-17 women's double scull on the course, with Fremantle in lane 1, represented by Olivia Hansen-Nahoy and Lily Lucas, coached by Keely Atchison. St Patrick's Townsville in lane 2, represented by Georgia Cresswell and Holly Wilkie, coached by Harrison Parks. The University of Queensland Boat Club is in lane 3. Isabel Patterson and Stephanie Pettigrew, coached by John Pettigrew. In lane 4, a composite of Chelsea Skipper from Centenary and Ayla Drury from Surfers Paradise, coached by Kerry Tickle and Nick Graham. In lane 5, from Commercial, Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton, coached by Ross Batho and Nicholas Langford. In lane 6, the Corio Bay composite of Lily Canfield from Gippsland Grammar and Rio Smith from Corio Bay. In lane 7, the local crew from Scotch Oakburn College, Harriet Woolley and Ailish Barron, coached by Robert McDonald and Abby. Now, somebody told me how to pronounce her name yesterday and I can't remember. Basher? No, somebody come and tell me. Lane 8, from Commercial Rowing Club, Genevieve Davies and Zoe Ball, again coached by Ross Batho and Nicholas Langford.
Yes, Abby Boucher, we believe, is the coach there of the Scotch Open crew in lane number 7. And great to see a strong field here of 8 across the course in the final of the under-17 women's double scull, the second of our finals on today's program. And thank you to Al Viney and Stuart John there for their work through the PR3 mixed double scull, which was won by Isabel Egan of Radford and Sam Snell of Adelaide Rowing Club. We'll have that presentation coming up at the conclusion of this race, as well as we get proceedings underway here on day number 5. There on screen is the University of Queensland in lane number 3. Crew of Isabel Patterson and Stephanie Pettigrew. Stephanie Pettigrew, of course, the winner of the single scull race yesterday. I see rowing in the Joe Rodriguez there, a long-time coach at the University of Queensland and the Australian program. He actually coached my brother in the under-23 team, Lizzie, about in the very early 2000s, so about 20 years ago.
Right, yeah, and before that he was in Sydney and he worked for Heb Photos as a photographer.
Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
I wonder where he is now. Hello, Joe, if you're there and watching in.
They would be in second place, that University of Queensland double. It's Commercial out in front, and that's the crew on screen now. Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton of the Commercial Rowing Club from Brisbane. So once again, we're seeing the strength of the Queensland crews here in this particular race.
Well, yeah, I was just looking at that. We've got St Patrick's Townsville, University of Queensland Boat Club, the Centenary, Surfers Paradise Composite, 2 crews from Commercial. Lots of Queenslanders in there.
And also doing well amidst all those would be the Victorian combination on lane 6, or at least they were at the 500 metre mark. Drop back a little now, it appears. Lily Canfield and Rio Smith there for Corio Bay and Gippsland Grammar School. And it looks like the Centenary colours I can see there in the boat. The K. Robinson, that's the composite crew. In lane 4 of Chelsea Skipper from Centenary and Ayla Drury of Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. So another Centenary combination there, but it continues to be. There's Corio Bay and Gippsland Grammar School and Scotch Oakburn in the yellow colours beside them as well. So plenty of chances here across the course as they head up now towards the halfway mark of this race. But it is the lane 5 crew who's certainly leading here for the Commercial Rowing Club of Brisbane. University of Queensland are in second, and possibly Fremantle. In fact, on lane 1, Olivia Hansen-Nahoy and Lily Lucas, coached by Keely Atchison, who may well be there in 3rd place, just ahead of, on the other side of the course, Scotch Oakburn's Harriet Woolley and Ailish Barron. So they look to be our top 4, the current medal chances in this race, but still plenty of time remains in this one as they only just come through the halfway mark. It was Commercial by 3.82 seconds after 1,000 metres. Nolan and Hilton. University of Queensland was second. Patterson and Pettigrew. Scotch Oakburn third. Woolley and Barron about 1.5 seconds further back. And a further second then to Fremantle, Hansen-Nahoy and Lucas. So those are our top 4 chances there. Now on screen, we also had Corio Bay Gippsland Grammar School in lane 6 and Surfers Paradise Centenary in lane 4. The other 2 crews still contesting it here for at least a medal position, but skipping out to a very handy lead here now certainly is this combination from the Commercial Rowing Club in Brisbane. Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton, coached by Ross Batho and Nicholas Langford. Fantastic conditions for racing here today. And it was Lily Nolan who raced yesterday in the B final. She actually won the first race of yesterday's regatta with a win in the B final, so 9th overall in the single sculling race, and combining here with Zara Hilton, who was 5th in the A final, so a well-credentialed combination. You'd expect the A final of the under-17 single was, of course, won by Stephanie Pettigrew of the University of Queensland, from Chelsea Skipper of Centenary and Rio Smith of Corio Bay, all three in this field too, along, of course, with Lily Lucas of Fremantle and Zara Hilton of Commercial. So, again, we're seeing plenty of the athletes who were at the pointy end yesterday doing exactly the same here today on Friday morning here, the 5th day of 7 at the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. But the lead there still with that combination from Commercial. It was 3.37 seconds now after 1,500 metres, just 0.61 back to that West Australian combination, the Fremantle Rowing Club in lane number 1. Scotch Oakburn maintained their hold on 4th spot. Surfers Paradise Centenary 5th. And Corio Bay, Gibson Grammar in 6th, ahead of the second crew from Commercial, and also St Patrick's of Townsville in lane number 2. But we're heading down now into the final 250 metres of our second final of today's racing. And it is the Commercial combination who lead it here ahead of the University of Queensland. We've seen Stephanie Pettigrew with some powerful finishes so far over the course of this regatta. Maybe there's one more in store here in company with Isabel Patterson in that John Pettigrew coach crew from the University of Queensland Boat Club on lane number 3. They sit certainly clearly still in second place. Fremantle chasing in lane 1 and Scotch Oakburn across in lane 7. Just ahead of the dark coloured boat there of the Surfers Paradise Centenary composite crew in the centre of the course as well. So that's our medal chances, but it's a Commercial out in front. Certainly University of Queensland closing on them now. And on the close side of the course, the combination from Fremantle looks set possibly to take the bronze medal away from Scotch Oakburn College of Launceston. But it's Commercial in front now by a diminishing margin. It's down to a length, but there's only a couple of strokes to go. And Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton for Commercial will win the under-17 women's double scull by exactly a length. Second goes to University of Queensland, Patterson and Pettigrew, and third to Fremantle, Hanson, Nahoy and Lucas. Fourth will be Scotch Oakburn over in lane number 7. A great ride from them. 5th place in the centre of the course, the lane 4 crew, Surfers Paradise and Centenary. 6th will be the second Commercial crew in lane 8. 7th place to Corio Bay and Gippsland Grammar, and 8th will be St Patrick's Townsville racing down lane 2.
And that's our final of the under-17 women's double scull, with a victory there for the Commercial Rowing Club crew of Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton. Second, the University of Queensland Boat Club, Isabel Patterson and Stephanie Pettigrew. Third, the crew from Fremantle Rowing Club, Olivia Hanson-Nahoy and Lily Lucas. 4th, Scotch Oakburn. 5th, Surfers Paradise Centenary. 6th, the Commercial crew of Davies and Ball. 7th, Corio Bay Gippsland Grammar Composite. And 8th, the St Patrick's Townsville crew. The provisional winning time 7 minutes 47.44. The margins 2.98 and 1.83. And we'll move to our first medal presentation of the day. The presentation of medals for the PR3 Mixed Double Scull. The medals will be presented by Jason Lane, Rowing Australia Head of Pathways. 3rd place and bronze medalists representing the University of Queensland and Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie. Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club. The crew's coached by Michael Russell. Second place and silver medalist representing Banks Rowing Club and Mercantile Rowing Club, Nick Bartlett from Mercantile. Susanna Lutz from Banks Rowing Club. Our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, representing Radford College and Adelaide Rowing Club, Isabel Egan from Radford. Sam Stunnell from Adelaide. The crew is coached by Christine McLaren, Maximilian Mayer and Gordon Marks. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the PR3 Mixed Double Scull. And we're straight into our next race, which is the final of the men's under-17 double scull. In lane 1, we have a composite from Swan River and A&A in West Australia, Banjo Morris Luck and Jeremy Flavelle. They're coached by Graham Scattergood, Mark Beer and Alicia Johnston. In lane 2, from the Southport School, Cruz Sten and Fergus Woolley, coached by Steve Beach. In lane 3, from Norsk-Esk Rowing Club, Sam Detmer and Jasper Twitchett, coached by Adam Simons and Trevor Barrett. In lane 4, from Genesis Christian College, Queensland, Stefan van der Merwe and James Gordon, coached by Ray Smith. In lane 5, from Corio Bay, Taj Bailey and Zander Bailey, coached by Jeff Watt. In lane 6, a Tasmanian composite of Beau Furlong from Tamar and Callum Wigston from Tasmania University. In lane 7, from Mossman Rowing Club, Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Skoman, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. And in lane 8, from Radford College, Charlie Knight and Alexander Tailby, coached by William Hatcher, Mackenzie Moore and Gordon Marks.
Thank you, Lizzie. Yeah, looking forward to a great race here. And after 500 metres, it was already the Bailey twins from Corio Bay who had put themselves in a strong position, leading it by 1.13 seconds over Tasmania University Tamar in lane number 6 and Mossman lane 7. So at this stage, all the action happening towards the far side of Lake Barrington, where we do sit again under this layer of fog at the moment. The course is perfectly clear, but there's just this grey cloud sitting above it, which means it's a fairly warm and humid morning here, and conditions but very flat and very good for racing on the water, which of course is the most important thing. The Southport School there racing as well in lane 2 of this combination. This race, that's their combination on screen of Cruz Sten and Fergus Woolley, who would sit back in about 6th or 7th place, in fact, it appears. But certainly it is Corio Bay now after 1,000 metres who've really extended their lead. So that combination of Taj Bailey and Zander Bailey, who between them finished 9th and 2nd in the single sculling event yesterday, have combined, as they so often do, very, very comfortably here in the double scull. And another set of brothers that we've seen a few times in both Australian and internationally, of course, doing very good jobs in double sculling and pair events as well. And their lead is now a substantial one at the 1,250 metre mark of this race. About a length and a half it would be over now. I think the lane 7 crew from Mossman just getting up into 2nd place. That's Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Showman there for the Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. And the Tasmanian composite crew is still in between our top 2. That's them on the right of screen. The combination of Beau Furlong of Tamar and Callum Wigston of the Tasmania University Boat Club, and the dark coloured boat there just now certainly in 3rd spot, but very close still in the battle with Mossman. But it's Corio Bay now out by 2 lengths, so this is a commanding performance at this stage, with almost 3/4 of the race completed by Taj and Zander Bailey from Corio Bay. And then back in 4th spot as we pan across the field here on that great drone shot. Looks to be North-Esk, another of the Tasmanian crews in 4th, Sam Detmer and Jasper Twitchett, coached by Adam Simons and Trevor Barrett. Indeed, we'll get confirmation of those places shortly. Also doing well on that inside lane, the all West Australian composite crew. Banjo Morris Luck of the A&A Club. Jeremy Flavel of Swan River, coached by Graham Scattergood, Mark Beer, and Alicia Johnson. So that is our top 5 now with about 400 metres to row, but this is a fantastic performance from Xander and Taj Bailey at this stage from Corio Bay. They've also raced at this regatta in the bright orange colours of their school, the Western Heights College from Geelong. They have certainly been dominant in regattas around Victoria in both the single and double sculls over the past couple of seasons. But now matching it and leading the best the country has to offer as well in the under-17 men's double scull final as they close in on the finish here. And we watch to see what action will come from lane 6 and 7 as those two crews try and possibly reel in our leaders. But the Baileys have put themselves in a very strong position here. And here now comes the Tasmanian crew. I can see the red of Callum Wixton there in the stroke seat of that combination, really working in company with Beau Furlong of Tamar. They've moved back, I reckon, past the Mossman crew of Humphreys and Showman in the race for second and third. But can they catch our runaway race leaders? The Bailey brothers had it by 4.7 seconds after 1,500 metres, and it's still about a length and a half now as they come into the final 120 metres of the race. Close also for 4th and 5th between Swan River A&A and the North Est Rowing Club. A Tasmanian combination lane 6 up into a clear second place, but this has been an imperious performance by the brothers from Geelong, Xander Bailey and Taj Bailey. A couple of strokes to go in the bright yellow caps of Corio Bay, and they will take the win in the under-17 men's double scull championship of Australia. Corio Bay first by over 2 lengths, a huge win indeed. Second to Tasmania University, and the Tamar Club third just would be Mossman holding on there on lane number 7 ahead of Swan River A&A lane 1, who will finish 4th. 5th place will go to North Est lane 3, followed home then towards the far side by the Radford College crew. Lane 8 will finish in 6th place. 7th will go to Genesis Christian College from just north of Brisbane in the Moreton Bay Regional Council area, and in 8th place will be the Southport School, also rowing in the bright high vis caps, but not quite as bright there as Xander and Taj Bailey of Corio Bay, who've taken the win.
And their smiles just lighting up this area behind the finish tower. Congratulations to Taj and Xander Bailey. What an amazing row. By the end, they were leading by almost 6 seconds, a time of 6:55 for them in that final. So they take out the gold medal. The silver medal will go to Beau Furlong and Callum Wixton of Tasmania University and Tamar, and the bronze medal to Mossman Rowing Club. Then in 4th position, the Swan River A&A Composite. In 5th, North Esk. In 6th, Radford College. In 7th, Genesis Christian College. In 8th, the Southport School. And we'll move to another presentation. The presentation of medals for the Under-17 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Bowes, Rowing Australia Pathway Transition Manager. 3rd place and bronze medalists representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Isabel Patterson. Oh, I'm so sorry, from Mantle Rowing Club, Olivia Hansen-Nahoy and stroke Lily Lucas. The crew was coached by Keely Atchison. 2nd and silver medalists, the University of Queensland Boat Club. Stroke Stephanie Pettigrew can't attend the ceremony, but Isabel Patterson will be accepting the medals. Isabel and Stephanie were coached by John Pettigrew. Medalists and national champions for 2025, Commercial Rowing Club. Lily Nolan. Zara Hilton. The crew was coached by Ross Batho, Nicholas Langford. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-17 Women's Double Scull. So we're going from under-17 up to the under-19 age group, the final of the under-19 women's double scull. In lane 1, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Emily Barrett and Chloe Hitchens, coached by Oliver Klotz, Milan Parker and Jeffrey Stewart. In lane 2, from Tasmania University and Tamar, Emma Johnson and Matilda Cocker, coached by Sean Finlayson and Andrew Hull. In lane 3, from Sydney University Boat Club, Georgina Stevenson and Addison Rolls, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 4, from Fremantle, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and Juliet Kelly, coached by Alex Thompson and Tom Gatty. In lane 5, from Glebe Rowing Club, Patricia Boland and Lucy Yabsley, coached by Milan Parker, Oliver Klotz and Katie Healy. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. In lane 7, from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Charlotte Olivia and Isabella Henderson, coached by Sam Fennessy and Marty Inglis. And in lane 8, from Mossman Rowing Club, Frida Kirkham and Lottie Ravenstein, also coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko.
So we just saw there Olivia Hansen-Nahoy collect a bronze medal for the Fremantle Rowing Club, so I think we can safely assume it's a fairly rare last combination of names. Her sister racing here in the under-19 double as well.
And I think there's a brother too racing in something, so Chris McCarthy would know.
He'll message us shortly, I'm sure. But yes, the Hansen-Nahoy dynasty, obviously strong at the Fremantle Rowing Club. But speaking of dynasties, this event, well, the under-17 double scull, I should say, was won last year by the combination racing here in lane 6 now for Mossman, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. So they've moved up an age division after a national title last year, and they're continuing to be well, they are certainly the race leaders here as they come through about the 750 metre mark of this race. And we have almost the entire field here from the final yesterday too, Lizzie, of the under-17 women's single, with the exception of Astrid Thomas, who was the dominant winner, but the other 7 athletes are all in this final in double sculls as well.
Yes, indeed. There's been fierce rivalry between Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates in their double, and Patty Boland and Lucy Yabsley of Glebe in their double. Both doubles doing fairly fast times, so it'll be interesting to see how the battle goes. At the moment, the Mossman double have about 3 seconds lead over Glebe. And sitting in 3rd place, the second crew from Mossman Rowing Club, Frida Kirkham, daughter of Zach Kirkham, and Lottie Ravenstein. So all of them coached by Rowena and Tom in that fantastic junior high performance squad they've got there at Mossman Rowing Club.
Yeah, so 3 New South Wales boats across the course there, it looks like, in the top 3 spots. We'll get some updated times here as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. It's closed up for the lead, but also with Glebe chasing Mossman.
Yep, we saw Lucy take out the silver in the under-19 single yesterday, and Patty is a rower from the Loretto Normanhurst School, so she's in the first 8 here at the regatta.
And Lucy Yabsley from the Ascombe School?
The Ascombe School, and she's racing in the schoolgirl single here, yep, so we'll see her in the single later on today. Oh, no, we won't, because she doesn't have to do the repechage, so...
And again, yep. Went straight through in the heats yesterday, that's
she
right.
Did.
But we'll race again certainly tomorrow in the next round of racing too, of the huge field in the schoolgirl single. There's quarterfinals also required once again.
Oh yeah. Now, we talked about how the gap between the first Mossman crew and Glebe had closed up, so has the gap between the second Mossman crew and Tasmania University and Tamar. Emma Johnson and Matilda Cocker chasing hard there.
Yeah, they are indeed. So a really good race on screen there for the gold medal, and then a brilliant race behind of 4 or 5 chances for bronze potentially as well. But it is that Mossman combination. So Eloise Stevens was 6th in the single scull yesterday, and Elise Coates was 3rd. So both were well placed in at the final. Lucy Yabsley, of course, in that Glebe crew was in 2nd place, just behind our runaway race leader Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. And Juliet Kelly and the Fremantle crew was in 5th place as well, who's in combination here with the aforementioned Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy, as the Hansen-Nahoys look to try and get their second medal in the space of about 20 minutes here, it would be.
Yeah, Juliet Kelly, she was in the junior women's quad last year at the World Championships with Lucy Yabsley, and their coach there was Katie Healy, who's been doing a lot of work with that glebe double, who look as though they're having a very good push, a very good lift there as they come into the final stages of the race.
Yep, another boat there in contention for the bronze would be the all-Tasmanian combination, Tasmania University and Tamar Rowing Club, which I think is a similar combination to our silver medalists in the under-17 men's double scull just completed. This boat is Emma Johnson of Tamar and Matilda Cocker of Tasmania University, coached by Sean Finlayson and Andrew Hull. And timing systems suggesting they're actually in 3rd as they came through 1500.
Yeah, so that battle that they've had with Mossman Rowing Club either is paying off really well or we've got slightly incorrect timing. We haven't mentioned yet the Sydney University crew, so they were half of a good quad that went through yesterday, and definitely very experienced school rowers there. Addison, who rowed at Queenwood, and Georgina, who rowed at Winona. But that really is a second battle, isn't it? The major battle of the competition is the one for the gold medal between the two amazing athletes from Mossman Rowing Club, slightly younger than Patty and Lucy. And you can see the second Mossman double in the background there.
It is the glebe combination who leads here. It's a pretty handy lead too now in the final 220 metres of this race. So it is Patricia Boland and Lucy Yabsley, who scored a silver medal yesterday, might be able to go one step better here ahead of Mossman in lane 6 of Stevens and Coates, who won the under-17 double scull last year, now up at under-19 level. And a great race certainly for the bronze behind them. TasUni, Tamar and Fremantle look to be the two main contenders there. And then across on the far side of the course, also that's a second Mossman crew that Lizzie spoke about, but it is glebe in front here by just over a boat length as they close in on the finish line here in the final of the under-19 women's double scull. Still getting tight for 3rd too, maybe Fremantle moving back on the Tasmanian crew with Mossman second, but glebe in front. They've got over a boat length lead. And the under-19 women's double scull final will go the way of the Glebe Rowing Club. Patricia Boland and Lucy Yabsley, the race winners there. Mossman will finish in 2nd place on lane 6 and flying home for bronze. Fremantle will get the second Hansen-Nahoy medal of the day in 3rd place as they come across just ahead of Tasmania University and Tamar in 4th place. Desperately close there between those two. 5th will go to Sydney University. 6th the far side, the second crew from Mossman. 7th UTS Haberfield and 8th place Glebe. But well done to the Glebe crew that finished on top, and well done to Lizzie Chapman with the great interest in that race.
Oh, indeed I did, but fantastic rowing. And they've posted some fast times before that Glebe crew. I think they got 7:22 or 7:21 in an earlier. 7:33 today for the Glebe combination of Lucy Yabsley and Patricia Boland taking out the gold medal in the under-19 women's double scull. A fantastic race for that medal between them and Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. I should say congratulations to Ollie Klotz, who coached the glebe double, because everybody's through to a final that he's been coaching. And our bronze medalists, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and Juliet Kelly from Fremantle Rowing Club, coached by Alex Thompson and Tom Gatty. Heartbreakingly, 4th, Johnson and Cocker from Tasmania University and Tamar. What a great race, though. I think it was 0.82 at the end. 5th, Sydney University, Stevenson and Rolls. 6th, Mossman, Kirkham and Ravenstein. 7th, UTS Haberfield, Olivia and Henderson. And 8th, Glebe, Barrett and Hitchens. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-17 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Jason Lane, Rowing Australia Head of Pathways. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, Mossman Rowing Club. Ewan Humphreys. Leighton Skoman. The crew is coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. In second place, and silver medalists from Tasmania, the Tasmanian University and Tamar Composite. Bo Furlong from Tamar. Callum Wigston from Tasmania University Boat Club. And our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025 Corio Bay Rowing Club. Taj Bailey. Xander Bailey. The crew is coached by Jeff Watt. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under-17 double scull. Whoa, got another exciting race coming up here, Richard. Under 19 men's double scull. And I don't know why, but the crew from Radford has scratched. So we are left with, what is that, 7 contenders. In lane 2 from Trinity Grammar, Will Johnson and James Devlin. In lane 3, a composite from between South Australia and West Australia. Lucas Cardaci from West Australian Rowing Club and Finn Redman from Adelaide High, coached by Joe Malcolm. In lane 4, another composite, Owen Johnson from Commercial and George Curry from Canned Rowing Club, coached by Charles Betts and Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 5, from Mossman and the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School and Tobias Elias from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Tom Schramko and Odin McIntosh. In lane 6, Rhys Davey from Essendon with Noah Haas from Tasmania University, coached by Andrew Palmer and Bill Nugent. In lane 7, from the Southport School, Kine Baird and Leonardo Hughes, coached by Cameron Kennedy. And in lane 8, from Gippsland Grammar, Hagan Cook and Samuel Reynolds, coached by Mark Friedman.
Thank you, Lizzie. Through the first 500 metres there, and it was once again a half New South Wales, all New South Wales combination, but it's Mossman's Tobias Elias, I should say, who won the under-17 or the 19 single it was yesterday, and Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School, who finished 7th in that same race. So they are a very strong combination. They were leaders at 500 metres and still leaders now after 1,000 metres too, as they go through a lead of 1 2/3 of a second exactly over Canned and Commercial in second place. Owen Johnson, the sculler there, from the Commercial Rowing Club, who've already claimed gold medals today, as well, and George Curry from Cairns. So 2 of the Brisbane clubs combining there. Owen Johnson also a bronze medalist yesterday in the under-19 men's single scull. So, as was the case in the women's event, we are seeing many of the same athletes in medal contention yesterday and again today. And the lead there certainly is with the lane 4 combination. Lane 5, I should say, because lane 1's vacant here, of course, so with that scratching of the Radford crew. So the crew out in front, field of 7. The centre lane here is lane 5, which is Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School and Tobias Elias of Mossman, the coached by Tom Schramko and Odin McIntosh. And they've got just over a length lead on a very good race. Behind them, certainly for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, I would suggest it might just be Adelaide High now sneaking up into 2nd place. In combination there with the West Australian Rowing Club. So a composite crew again. Lucas Cardaci of the West Australian Rowing Club and Finn Redman of Adelaide High School, who also pretty sure contested the final yesterday of the under-19 men's single scull. He finished in 8th place. In fact, did Finn Redman. Their coach collected that crew by Joe Malcolm, and they are now in a clear 2nd spot. Ahead of that all Queensland combination in 3rd. Owen Johnson of Commercial, George Corey of Canned, coached by Charles Betts and Jacinta Edmonds. So the field about to go through 1,500 metres now. And leading it by a clear water margin now. It is that Mossman and Hunter Valley Grammar School composite crew. And certainly of Adelaide High and the West Australian Rowing Club. Camden Commercial third, and fourth would be with the Tasmania University and Essendon crew in lane number 6. So Reece Davey of Essendon, Noah Haas of Tasmania University Boat Club, who claimed a silver medal yesterday in the under-19 men's single scull. They're coached by Andrew Palmer and Bill Nugent. That's the crew on the screen there. In fact, the red of Tas Uni and the black and red of Essendon, whose supporters, I suspect, are feeling a bit better this morning after a come-from-behind win over Port Adelaide last night in the other sport that the Essendon club performs in as well. But they are back in about 4th spot here. So that is our lead crew with the Hunter Valley Grammar School sculler, Luke Purdy there in the bow seat. And he'll also race, of course, for New South Wales in the lightweight 4 event, the interstate race on Sunday afternoon. The schoolboy from Hunter Valley Grammar School, along in company there with the Mossman rower Tobias Elias, one of the very poetically named Elias brothers. We saw them both race yesterday together, of course. We've just seen the Bailey brothers claim a gold medal too, so a good day or a couple of days for brother combinations here. But heading in towards the final section now of the course, it is that combination of Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School and Tobias Elias of Mossman, who claimed the gold medal yesterday, looking to make it 2 in as many days. They are still clear of the Adelaide High and West Australian composite crew. Canned Commercial a third, Tas Uni Essendon closing on the button. The race for the bronze medal will be interesting, but the race for the gold medal is just about done and dusted. It will go the way of Luke Purdy and Tobias Elias, the Mossman and Hunter Valley Grammar School composite crew. Second place then will go to Adelaide High and West Australian Rowing Club there, Lucas Kadachi and Finn Redmond. And getting home for the bronze, holding on there will be the Queensland combination, Owen Johnson and George Corey. They finished third. Tasmania University and Essendon in 4th place. 5th on this side to Trinity Grammar School from Kew in Melbourne. 6th place, the bright yellow caps there of the Southport School, lane 7. And 7th will go to Gippsland Grammar School on the far side of the course over in lane 8. They'll finish 7th, but it's another gold medal coming up to the Mossman Rowing Club in company here with Hunter Valley Grammar School.
How exciting. Well done to both of them. And not only did they get a gold medal, but they've also claimed the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy for 2025. Our winners there, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School and Tobias Elias from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Tom Schramko and Odin McIntosh. Silver medal's going to go to Lucas Cardaci of West Australian Rowing Club, Finn Redmond of Adelaide High, and the bronze to the composite of Owen Johnson from Commercial and George Curry of Canned in Queensland, coached by Charles Betts and Jacinta Edmonds. The provisional time there, 6 minutes 45.36. The margins 3.35 and 6.44. In 4th, the Tasmania University Essendon composite of Davey and Haas. In 5th, Trinity Grammar. In 6th, the Southport School. In 7th, Gippsland Grammar. And that concludes our racing there in the under-19 men's double scull. And we'll move back to the presentation dais. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Bowes, Rowing Australia Pathway Transition Manager. 3rd place and bronze medalists for Mental Rowing Club: Charlotte Hansen Nahoy, Juliet Kelly. The crew was coached by Alex Thompson and Tom Gatty. Second place and silver medalists, Mossman Rowing Club. Eloise Stevens. Elise Coates. The crew was coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. Our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, Glebe Rowing Club. Patricia Boland. Lucy Yabsley. The crew is coached by Oliver Klotz and Milan Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Double Scull.
Before we go to our next race, Lizzie, Chris McCarthy has, as we do, he would confirm that we've just seen the two Hampson Nahoy sisters play bronze medals each. Older brother Jack won the Under-19 pair yesterday and is racing in her final an hour or so's time, and also in the West Australian Youth 8. So it's a very busy week here for the Hampson Nahoys from the Fremantle Rowing Club as we go back to our next race on the course.
Indeed, the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4 final with the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 1. Emma Bond, Emerson Martin, Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew, coached by John Pettigrew. In lane 2, Unley High School, South Australia, Eleanor Nettlefold, Georgie Twelfthtree, Felicity Cox and Scarlett Shanks, coached by Daniel Ralph and Harriet Williams. In lane 3, Mercantile Rowing Club, Mackenzie Pugh, Lucy Gillen, Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis and Ella Durand, coached by Zoe Fettig-Gwyn. In lane 4, a composite of Lara Connolly from Swan River Rowing Club, Grace Louise Moffat from Cand, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera from Adelaide Rowing Club, coached by Charles Betts, Mark Beer and Christine McLaren. In lane 5, Scotch Oakburn College, Madison Marshall, May Wayne, Emily Naggs and Isabella Wilson, coached by Greta Brown. In lane 6, another University of Queensland Boat Club crew of Willa Dunbar, Gabrielle Ryan, Ella Welsh and Phoebe Cannon, coached by Sally Keogh, Phil Bourguignon and John Pettigrew. In lane 7, from St Catherine's School, Victoria, Catherine Ross, Emma Hibbins, Kyrie Prendergast and Zara Hoban, coached by Hayley Verbunt and John Travass. And in lane 8, a composite of Matilda Dammers, Sienna Becker, both from Commercial, with Oceane Generat from Fremantle and Bridget Gralton from Fremantle, coached by Alex Thompson and Nigel Stubbs.
Through 500 metres, it was the University of Queensland combination on lane 6 who was leading this race here in the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4. The boat there with the green canvases when seen from above, but probably about, well, it's just 0.55 of a second. In fact, their lead after 500 metres, I reckon it's a bit more than that now, about half a length or so, but holding on well alongside them is the Scotch Oakburn combination from Launceston and the Mercantile crew, about 3rd or 4th at this stage. Red and white colours up on screen at the moment. That's the lane 3 crew. So we can see in order across the course from lane 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 look to be our top 4 chances here in this race, but certainly a strong first 750 or so metres for the crew from the University of Queensland. Willa Dunbar, Gabrielle Ryan, Ella Welsh, Phoebe Cannon and coaches Sally Keogh, Phil Bourguignon and John Pettigrew. That gap not growing anymore. In fact, maybe even shrinking a little bit there as the Scotch Oakburn combination rowing there in the Andy Brown are making a move on the University of Queensland, and some great action shots here from the side of the course as we see also the Adelaide, Cairns, Swan River composite crew moving up on our race leaders there from the University of Queensland, who still but have their boat in front. The Scotch Oakburn crew in 2nd place is Madison Marshall, May Wayne, who had success in the single scull yesterday, Emily Naggs and Isabella Wilson, coached by Greta Brown, and they're just about level as they come through the 1,000-metre mark of the race. Well, in fact, the 3/4 of a second between the University of Queensland and Scotch Oakburn. And then that composite crew sits in 3rd place, Lara Connolly of Swan River, Grace Louise Moffat, that is, from Cairns Rowing Club, Tamara Bates of Adelaide and Grace Barrera of Adelaide. Those two Adelaide rowers did combine to win the Under-19 women's pair yesterday. So rowers already with 1 gold medal to their name, and a great tight race it is here between our top 3 crews as they make their way down the course. That's St Catherine's over towards the far side, the crew that also raced the heat of the Schoolgirl 8 yesterday. It was certainly surprising for some, beaten by Melbourne Girls Grammar School for the first time this season in a heat row, but both crews going through fairly comfortably to the semi-finals of that event. But these three crews, Lizzie, just locked together with about 700 metres to go.
Yeah, fantastic race there. That I must say, I really love Scotch Oakburn. I think the attitude they've brought to the whole regatta and the spirit they've brought has been fantastic. So great to see them having such a fantastic race out there. But that Adelaide Composite, pretty classy. And University of Queensland, I mean, to have two crews in the final like this, fantastic.
Yep, three strong crews indeed, separated by less than a length now as they come through the third 500 metres of this race. But it is there in the centre lane now, that Scotch Oakburn crew, who certainly has got themselves in front. The school from Launceston, so only about 90 minutes up the road here from where we are at Lake Barrington. Certainly one of the local schools contesting this year's regatta and contesting right at the pointy end here of a final race. They lead it, but only just coming through 1,500 metres. It's still about 0.79 of a second. It looked like less than that to me as they went through those boys, but very tight indeed from the Adelaide Composite crew in second place, then the University of Queensland. The Mercantile crew sits fourth. They are in lane number 3. It's the crew of Mackenzie Pugh, Lucy Gillen, Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis and Ella Durand, coached by Zoe Fettig-Wynn. So Gillen and Kopke-Veldhuis were bronze medalists yesterday in the pair, and joined here by Mackenzie Pugh, who stroked the Geelong College first aid over the course of the schoolgirl season in Victoria, now in the colours of Mercantile, also with Ella Durand, formerly from the Gippsland Grammar School. And it looks to be a race in 3 here, like our medalists have just about been determined. The order but far from sorted out. But going again now, it is that Adelaide Cairns Swan River crew who've got themselves back ahead of the crew from Scotch Oakburn College in Launceston. And they've got clear water now back to the University of Queensland there in 3rd place. So they are clearly our top 3 crews. Mercantile next, Unley High School with the Blue Blades on this side of the course, and towards the far side also the combination from St Catherine's School of Melbourne, but they look like they'll be outside the medals here, and it's Scotch Oakburn trying to mount a late charge once again on this composite crew there, the Adelaide colours there in the stern pair of that boat, with the red and white of Canned, Grace Louise Moffat in the 2-seat, I should say, and Lara Connolly of Swan River in the bow as they come into the final 100 metres now of the race. Scotch Oakburn sit about 3/4 of a length behind the University of Queensland in 4th and 3rd after that. Then the crew from Mercantile, but it is the composite crew. 3-state, 3-club composite crew, clear by a length with a couple of strokes to go. And Adelaide, Cairns, Swan River will take out the win in the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. Clear of the crew from Scotch Oakburn, who led with 500 to go but couldn't quite hold on. They'll get the silver medal but for their efforts, and bronze will go to the University of Queensland on lane 6. Mercantile lane 3 will finish in 4th spot. 5th will go to Unley High School from Adelaide, and then towards the far side, 6th will be St Catherine's School of Melbourne, 7th the Fremantle and Commercial Composite crew, and 8th place on the inside lane, the second boat from the University of Queensland.
What a great race, perfectly timed there by that Adelaide Composite to take out the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4. So congratulations to Lara Connolly, Grace Louise Moffat, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera. Beautiful row there against a very high-quality crew there from Scotch Oakburn College of Madison Marshall, May Wayne, Emily Naggs and Isabella Wilson. They'll have to settle for silver. Great row though, and the University of Queensland so strong. Willa Dunbar, Gabrielle Ryan, Ella Welsh and Phoebe Cannon. Congratulations to them too. The provisional winning time 7 minutes 14.1, the margins 3.1 and 4.5. Then 4th, Mercantile, 5th, Unley High, 6th, St Catherine's School, Victoria, 7th, Fremantle Commercial, and 8th, the University of Queensland second crew. And we'll move back to the presentation dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy for the Under-19 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and the trophy will be presented by Jason Lane, Rowing Australia Head of Pathways. In 3rd place are bronze medalists representing Canned and Commercial Rowing Clubs. Owen Johnson from Commercial. George Curry from Canned Rowing Club. The crew was coached by Charles Betts and Jacinta Edmonds. In second place and silver medalists, representing Adelaide High and West Australian Rowing Club, Lucas Cardacci from West Australian Rowing Club. Finn Redman from Adelaide High School. The crew was coached by Joe Malcolm. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, representing Mossman Rowing Club and Hunter Valley Grammar School. Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Tobias Elias from Mossman Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Tom Schramko and Odin McIntosh. The Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Jason Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under-19 double scull.
Right, so the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy presented here, of course, at Lake Barrington after a proud Tasmanian, Tim Hawkins, and the brother of Olympic gold medalist Stephen Hawkins too. So a wonderful memorial trophy there to Tim Hawkins. And congratulations to our medalists there. Our next final is underway. Lizzie and Chris McCarthy will come in to call it with you.
Excellent. I'll just do a quick roundup then of who's in it. It's the under-19 women's coxed 4. We've just seen the coxless 4. We've got Furbank Grammar in lane 1, Scotch Oakburn in lane 2, Furbank Grammar in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, Queenwood in lane 5, Melbourne Girls Grammar in 6, Kinross Walleroy in 7, and Seymour College in lane 8.
Thanks, Lizzie. I was very excited when I saw that this would be the first race I'd be calling today because it's been an interesting one through the early rounds of racing. And these two crews that are now leading, they've met before, Kinross Walleroy and Queenwood. It's half of these schools' first dates. Kinross with a great row at the schoolgirl head of the river in the first dates. Queenwood a little bit off the pace in the 8, but this 4 competed at the New South Wales Championships where they had a fantastic row, just put on an absolute masterclass in mid-race rhythm and moved through this Kinross crew in the middle stages of the race. So it is Kinross leading at the moment, but keep an eye out for the Queenwood crew on the left-hand side. Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 6 as well. Expect them to feature in this race. Those girls who half of their first date, they had a great race in the heats of the Sydney Cup yesterday afternoon, overturning St Catherine's for the first time this season. You can see them with the tandem rig there in the background. That's Furbank Grammar, the yellow Zooties behind, and Seymour College from South Australia in lane 8. So challenges from the medals coming from all sides here in the under-19 women's coxed 4, but at the moment it is Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Reedy, Olivia Searle, Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong, Pip Martin and Andrew Gannon, the coach there. So as I said, that's I think the Stern 4 of their first date. The Bow 4 are actually racing in the under-17 quad as well as the first date. So a big week of racing for the girls from Orange as they move out to a length lead over Queenwood. That's Zara Taylor, Grace Bennett, Gemma McLaren, Eva Thompson, Melody Yin, the Cox, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ella Davidson. The bow pair of that crew, Zara Taylor and, well, not the bow pair, but two of that crew, Zara Taylor and Gemma McLaren, were silver medalists in this event last year, coming up short to half of the St Catherine's first date from 2024, and we'll be looking to go one step better this year, but a little bit of work to do now as Kinross enjoying a boat lengths lead at the 1,000-metre mark. It was that crew from Furbank Grammar who were the winners of the B final in the Schoolgirl 8 at the head of the Schoolgirls last weekend. And half of their first 8 here combining in the coxed 4 to put themselves in a position for a podium. That's Ella Bailey, Emily Grace, Piper Hallam, Poppy Dalton Morris and Caitlin Barwood, the coxswain. But race hotting up for 4th place. The crew to their right from Scotch Oakburn, who we've seen good morning already, as Lizzie mentioned earlier. Currently with a little bit of overlap and threatening for a medal, as are the crew on the far side from Melbourne Girls Grammar there. The second of the Kinross crews in lane 8, Sienna Wilkin, Ruby Lago, Jemima Scammell, Maggie Kirby, Emily Carrow, the Cox, coached by Andrew Gannon. That's half of their second 8 that won at the Schoolgirl Head of the River in New South Wales. Had to go through the repechage despite posting a very quick time in the heats, but won that repechage fairly comfortably in this event. But I can see Queenwood now maybe just starting to make a move, but a little bit of clear water between Kinross and Queenwood. So 500 metres left to go, and all the work to do for Queenwood as Furbank Grammar start to close in now in the closing stages. They've got overlap on the combination from Queenwood at the moment. New South Wales crews in first and second, but Furbank Grammar from Victoria looking to upset that order. Kinross crew in the blue boat, perfect chevron coming down the course. So the crews in the centre of the course, who were afforded those lanes by good performances in the early rounds of racing, lead the way, and see actually a perfect chevron coming down the course, as doesn't look like many of the crews outside the medal positions are going to be challenging for a podium finish at the moment. The crew second from the right-hand side of your picture there from Melbourne Girls Grammar, moving up into fourth, but a fair bit of work to do if they want to overhaul Furbank Grammar in the closing stages of this race. You see Queenwood there starting to lift, but Kinross with the advantage coming into the last 220 metres of the course here. The bucket rig in the centre of that boat. Again, that's Lucy Reedy, Olivia Searles, Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong, Pip Martin, the coxswain. Still just maintaining a couple of metres of clear water between their stern and the bow of the Queenwood crew that we can see on the picture there. The Kinross crew rowing in the boat named after Alec Hoskin, who took a great silver medal in the under-23 pair yesterday. Proud Kinross alumni, but it will be Kinross Walleroy barring disaster here. Queenwood throwing everything at it in the closing stages of this race, but too little, too late for the girls from the North Shore of Sydney, as that blue boat of Kinross Walleroy that we've mentioned so many times already this week and likely continue to do so, will be crowned national champions in the under-19 women's Cox 4. Silver will go the way of Queenwood. Furbank in lane 3 will hold off a challenge from Melbourne Girls. They'll secure the bronze. Melbourne Girls in 4th place. Scotch Oakburn, the locals, in lane 2 in 5th. The second Kinross boat in 6th place. Second Furbank crew on the near side of the course in 7th, and Seymour College from South Australia in 8th place.
Another fantastic race through there in a final. This one, the final of the under-19 women's Coxed 4. And the event has been taken out by a very strong crew from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Reedy, Olivia Searles, Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong, and their cox, Philippa Martin. The silver medal to Queenwood, and the bronze medal will go to Furbank Grammar. In 4th, Melbourne Girls Grammar. In 5th, Scotch Oakburn. In 6th, the second Kinross Walleroy crew. In 7th, the second Furbank Grammar crew. And in 8th, Seymour College. The provisional winning time, 7 minutes 25.04. The margins 2.89 and 4.3. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Bowes, Rowing Australia Pathway Transition Manager. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, the University of Queensland Boat Club. Willa Dunbar. Gabrielle Ryan. Ella Welsh. Phoebe Cannon. The crew was coached by Sally Keogh, Phil Bourguignon and John Pettigrew. Second and silver medalists, Scotch Oakburn College. Madison Marshall. May Wayne. Emily Naggs. Isabella Wilson. The crew was coached by Greta Brown. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, Adelaide Canned Swan River Composite. Grace Barrera from Adelaide and Tamara Bates from Adelaide. Grace Louise Moffat from Canned Rowing Club. Lara Connolly from Swan River Rowing Club. The crew was coached by Charles Betts, Mark Beer and Christine McLaren. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's under-19 coxless 4. And now we move to the final of the under-19 men's coxless 4 with Canberra Grammar School in lane 1. Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor, Cameron Schmidt and Alexander Griffiths, coached by Scott Chesterton. St Peter's College Adelaide in lane 2. Hunter Ingham, Emerson Cooper, Lawrence Anderson and Marcus Pickard, coached by Bridget Carlisle. In lane 3, Pembroke School from South Australia. Jeremy Yu, William Harvey, Tom Omani and Alex Lee, coached by Simon Lane. A composite in lane 4 between Fremantle, West Australian and Sydney Rowing Club of Matthias and Thomas Maloney with Lachlan Brown and Jack Hansen-Nahoy, coached by Brooke Robertson. In lane 5 from Brisbane Grammar School, Oliver Kent, Marcus Forbes, Henry Slatter and Oliver Wright, coached by Richard Powell and Daniel Horsley. In lane 6, another crew from Prince Alfred College, South Australia, Oliver Smith, Angus Fremantle, Max Garnett and Nick Christensen. Brisbane Boys College in lane 7, Frederick Brommel, Edward Tyne, Parker Poyo and Joshua Deal, coached by Blaine Heseltine. And in lane 8 from Rockhampton, Fitzroy, Nicholas Thompson, Jai Ole, Tristan VC and Harry Brandt, coached by Kim Byrne.
What an exciting prospect this leading crew is from Fremantle, West Australian Rowing Club and Sydney Rowing Club. The combination in the centre of the course there. The two Maloney brothers, world champions in perpetuity in the under-19 coxed 4 from last year, teaming up with Lachlan Brown from the West Australian Rowing Club and Jack Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle. In the heats, or the race for lanes of this event, we had an absolutely blistering tailwind. The plan was for this crew that they would only race 1,500 metres. They didn't realise that they went through the 1,500 metres in about in a time that would have put them significantly under 6 minutes in the coxless 4, and shut it down, conserved some energy in the last 500, and boy, were they spewing when they got off and they realised that they could have done that. But back here in some slightly not quite as quick conditions, but certainly calm conditions here on the waters of Lake Barrington, and it is that composite crew, 3-club, 2-state composite that is leading quite considerably at this stage of the race. The race for second place is going to be where we're going to need to turn our attention to in the battle for the medals at the moment. Brisbane Grammar in Station 5 leading that race. That's the stern 4 of their first 8. And as I say that, Brisbane Boys on the far side of the course there in lane 7, just getting up into contention for the silver medal. No, it is the crew from Brisbane Grammar there in lane 5, rather. Brisbane Grammar crew in lane 7.
I was going to say, can I tell you an interesting point about the Brisbane Grammar? Very interesting point, and that is that Henry Slatter is the little brother of Lily Slatter, who coaches with me at Ascombe.
Yep. Hello to Lily if you're watching from back up in Sydney. But yeah, and the Stern 4 of their first 8 that finished second to Southport School at the Brisbane GPS Head of the River just a few days ago. Canberra Grammar currently in second. That's in third rather. That's half of their first 8, who had a great race in the Schoolboy 8 heats yesterday. Just missed out on going directly to the semi-final. We'll see them again later this afternoon in the repechage. That's with the addition, I believe, of Cameron Schmidt, who I think is racing the single this week. That crew over on the far side, on the near side of the course rather, who are looking to make an impact on the race for second. Their nearest threat for the podium will come from the crew second from the right-hand side of your picture there. You can see them on screen in the red and white stripes. That's the crew from South Australia, from Prince Alfred College, Smith, Fremantle, Garnett and Christensen, half of their drought-breaking first 8 who won the South Australian boys Head of the River, and they are coming home strong, and we have a 3-way race for the silver medal here. There's absolutely no doubt about the Sydney Rowing Club, Fremantle and West Australian Rowing Club crew. Jack Hansen-Nahoy, both his sisters have been on the podium with bronze medals earlier this morning and looking to go a couple spots better, as it's another trip to the dais for the Hansen-Nahoy family. The Fremantle composite 6:14.51 unofficially, a blistering time in the under-19 men's coxless 4. And then the race for the minor positions, it'll go the way of Brisbane Grammar. The Queenslanders take another second place in the last week after their great row at the Brisbane Head of the River. Canberra Grammar with a bronze medal. Prince Alfred just out of the top 3 there in 4th place, ahead of St Peter's College as it was at the South Australian Head of the River. Pembroke School in 6th, Brisbane Boys in 7th, and the crew on the far side of the course from Rockhampton Fitzroy in 8th place.
And you weren't joking when you said about a blistering pace from that Fremantle composite of Matthias Maloney, Thomas Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club, Lachlan Brown from West Australian Rowing Club, and Jack Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle. Brooke Robertson will be happy to see them go across there with a margin of about 20 seconds over the next crew. 6:14.51 the provisional result. Brisbane Grammar took out the silver medal and the bronze medal to Canberra Grammar. Fantastic race. 4th Prince Alfred College, 5th St Peter's College, 6th Pembroke School, 7th Brisbane Boys and 8th Rockhampton Fitzroy. And we'll move back to the presentation dais. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Jason Lane, Rowing Australia Head of Pathways. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, Furbank Grammar School, Ella Bailey, Amelie Grace, Piper Hallam, Poppy Dalton Morris, and their cox, Caitlin Barwood. Second and silver medalists, Queenwood School. Zara Taylor, Grace Bennett, Gemma McLaren, Eva Thompson, and their cox, Melody Yin. The crew is coached by Kieron Glynn and Ella Davidson. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, the Kinross Wallaroi School. Lucy Reedy, Olivia Searle, Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong, and their cox, Philippa Martin. The crew's coached by Andrew Gannon. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Coxed 4. And we're back to racing with the final of the Under-19 Men's Coxed 4, with St Patrick's College Victoria in lane 1, James Clark, Oscar Farrington, Henry Reiner and Lockie Belleville, coxed by Charles Geddes and coached by David O'Doherty. In lane 2, a composite between St Augustine's College and UTS Haberfield of Jason Cow, Charles Brann, Robert Olivier and William Pender, coxed by Ryder Taylor, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. In lane 3 from Nudgee College, Atticus Nielsen, Hugh Jackson, Will Dawson and Elfie Piper, coxed by Arch Rosenthal and coached by Stu Patton. In lane 4, Sydney Grammar School, Curtis Pepper, James Fifield, Toby Berkelau and Charlie Slack, coxed by Ian Beera. In lane 5 from Ballarat Clarendon College, Stuart Hall, Tiger Williams, Max Mason and Jake Connolly, coxed by Rhys Belcher and coached by Ian Peel. Launceston Grammar are in lane 6, Bailey Stewart, George Beecham, Eden Myberg and Archie Burke, coxed by Josie Johnston, coached by James Cumming and Laurie Malcolm. The Shaw School from Sydney are in lane 7, Henry Roxburgh, Kaelan Welch, Addison Stanberg and Jasper Holstead, coxed by Jethro Chapman and coached by Ollie Smith. And in lane 8, the Scots College of New South Wales, Max Berkelau, Lucas McGregor, Edward West and Samuel Stewart, coxed by Finlay Cardno, coached by Judith Ungermark and Katie Healy.
Yeah, possibly a slightly tighter race this one than the last affair. 19 seconds the margin to that in that under-19 coxless 4. Possibly one of the biggest ones that we've seen at the regatta thus far. But looking like that's not going to be a repeat here in the coxed 4 as these crews come barreling down towards us at a rate of knots. And at the moment, it is the New South Wales champions in this event, the Sydney Grammar School in Station 4 in the centre of the course. Curtis Pepper, James Fifield, Toby Berkelau, Charlie Slack and Ian Beera, the cox. No coach listed, but it is dual Olympian and Olympic bronze medalist Stephen Stewart who has been looking after these boys this season. They didn't quite get their best result at the head of the river, at the GPS head of the river, but were a part of that incredibly tight midfield pack all the way through the AA GPS season. But now these boys jumping into the coxed 4 and doing a great job to be leading a very well-credentialed field. Ballarat Clarendon in the lane next to them. They were the winners of the ACT, or Victorian rather, not ACT, head of the lake in Ballarat a couple of weekends ago, and won that in fine form by some margin from the St Patrick's College crew on the near side of the course, who were second at that event. The Nudgee crew in lane 3, who are challenging for the podium at the moment, currently just sitting in that bronze medal, provisional bronze medal position of Atticus Nielsen, Hugh Jackson, Will Dawson, Elfie Piper and Arch Rosenthal, the coxswain. That is half of their first 8. That again didn't quite get the result that they were after at the Brisbane GPS head of the river, but here for redemption in the coxed 4. Similar story over in the Scots College boat that we just saw on screen. Their top 4 guys jumping into the 4, but the race for the podium is well and truly on between this Nudgee crew that you can see on the screen here and the Launceston Grammar School on the far side of the course. That Launceston crew, Bailey Stewart, George Beecham, Eden Myra, Archie Burke, Josie Johnson, the Cox there, and they are challenging for a bronze medal on their home waters here. Sydney Grammar School doing well to hold off a charge in the middle of this race from Ballarat Clarendon. The red decks of the top of their boat, very visible here on the drone pictures. But the Sydney Grammar School, 2 seconds now, the lead, and almost a full boat length as they enter the last 500 metres of the course here. Nudgy doing well to hold off a strong push from Launceston Grammar. The St Augustine's UTS composite on the near side of the course there of Jason Cow and Will Pender from St Augustine's, as well as Charles Brand and Robert Olivier from UTS, just losing touch with the pack of the top 4. Launceston going again now. You can see them on the left-hand side of the picture in the striped Zooties, and they'll be looking for a spot on the presentation dais. It looks like it's Sydney Grammar's race to lose here. Ballarat Clarendon pushing hard in the closing stages, but Sydney Grammar School, they've opened up almost some clear water now in the closing stages of this race. I can't remember the last time Sydney Grammar School won a national championship. It was certainly a long time ago. I would think maybe back in... No, they're winning first 8 back in 2011, but they weren't at the national championship. So if anyone can update me on that, I'd love to see. But it's going to be an emphatic win here for the Sydney Grammar School. They won this event at the New South Wales Championships a couple of weeks ago, and they're a length clear of Ballarat Clarendon, who are pushing hard. Nudgy have responded. They've seen the challenge from the far side of the course from the locals, and the boys in blue from Queensland are going to make it 3 different states on the podium here in the under-19 men's coxed 4. Sydney Grammar School there. That's the combination. Curtis Pepper, James Fifield, Toby Berkalow, Charlie Slack, Ian Bearer, the coxswain. They are going to take a national championship here in the under-19 men's cox 4. Unless Ballarat Clarendon have anything to do with it as they come home strong, but I think they'll run out of racetrack. They've narrowed that margin to half a length in the closing stages. But Sydney Grammar will be national champions in the under-19 men's cox 4. Ballarat Clarendon finish with the silver medal. Nudgy hold off Launceston for bronze. Launceston in 4th, the UTS St Augustine's crew in 5th, St Pat's in 6th, Scots in 7th, and Shaw School, which is half of their second 8, in 8th place.
Oh, what a fantastic finish. Congratulations, Sydney Grammar School, taking out the gold medal in the under-19 men's coxed 4. Silver medal will go to Ballarat Clarendon College, and bronze medal to Nudgy College, just inching out Launceston Grammar in a fantastic finish there. So congratulations to them. 5th is the St Augustine's UTS Haberfield Composite, 6th St Patrick's College Victoria, 7th Scots College and in New South Wales, and 8th the Shaw School. The provisional winning time, 6 minutes, 36.44 seconds. The margins 1.94 and 5.39. And back we go to the presentation dais for the under-19 men's coxless 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-19 men's coxless 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalists, Canberra Grammar School. Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor, Cameron Schmidt, Alexander Griffiths. The crew was coached by Scott Chesterton. Second place and silver medalists, Brisbane Grammar School. Oliver Kent, Marcus Forbes, Henry Slatter, Oliver Wright. The crew is coached by Richard Powell and Daniel Horsley. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, the composite of Sydney Rowing Club, Fremantle and West Australian Rowing Club. Matthias Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club. Thomas Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club. Jack Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle. Lachlan Brown from West Australian Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Brooke Robertson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-19 Men's Coxless 4. Back to racing, and we now have the final of the Under-21 Women's Double Scull, race number 423 on our programme. In lane 1 we have a composite, Emma Pittman from Swan River Rowing Club and Emma O'Neill from Fremantle Rowing Club, coached by Alex Thompson and Mark Beer. In lane 2 from Adelaide University Boat Club, Emily Lang and Anya Felderhoff, coached by Mitch Parker and Christine McLaren. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Georgia Allen, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 4 from the Australian National University, Brooklyn Leslie and Talia Turnbull, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, a composite of Olivia Yates from Tasmania University and Alana Edwards from Buckingham Rowing Club. In lane 6, a composite of Poppy Kennett from Buckingham Rowing Club and Courtney Davis from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, coached by Abby Crow and Anthony Cook. In lane 7 from North Esk Rowing Club, Noah Ravai and Lily Barker, coached by Trevor Barrett. And in lane 8 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Ella Kilpikoski and Lila Hooker.
What a fascinating race or lineup for this race in the Under-21 double scull here. We've got girls who have competed in varying different age categories in their single sculls yesterday, so a bit of a hard one to tell the form. What we can tell from the form guide, the Buckingham composite, Yates and Edwards, Olivia Yates from Tasmania University, Alana Edwards from Buckingham Rowing Club, they were clearly the quickest crew in the first round of heats by about 20 seconds, in fact. But doing battle now with the Sydney Rowing Club combination, Liesl Page and Georgia Allen. Liesl Page from the Under-23 team last year and still eligible for Under-21s, so very experienced for the Under-21 age category. Georgia Allen, over from the UK. She was 6th in the Under-21 single yesterday, and that Sydney Rowing Club crew were the early leaders at the 500. You can see them there rowing in the Kendall Brody, named after the Australian men's 8 coxswain from the last Olympics. But that crew from the Buckingham and Tasmania University boat clubs, I think, just getting their bow ball in front now in the second 500 metres of this race. The ANU crew in the middle, Brooklyn Leslie, Talia Turnbull. Talia Turnbull won the B final, the Under-19 women's single earlier in the week, and is in fact, we're told reliably by our resident Canberran, only 17 years old here in the Under-21 women's double scull, and that ANU crew currently challenging for a bronze medal with the crew on the near side of the course from Adelaide University Boat Club, Emily Lang and Anya Felderhoff, who I believe both lightweights competing in this event. Emily Lang certainly is, and very experienced sculler who went to the head of the Charles last year. So we're on board there with that Fremantle Swan River composite on the far side of the course of Pittman and O'Neill, who are currently trailing the race for the medals. See that Adelaide University crew there just getting their bow ball in the hunt for, well, actually they're reasonably safe for bronze medal at the moment. So the race on for gold and silver at the moment as the locals put in a sublime effort in the second 500 metres to gain half a length of advantage on this Sydney Rowing Club combination that led out of the blocks. ANU back in 4th now, and some clear water between, or maybe almost a bit of overlap between 3rd and 4th place at this stage, but close for 4th and 5th. ANU holding off crew on the near side on the left of the drone picture there from Adelaide University. So could that race for 4th place impact our race for the medals? But Sydney Rowing Club starting to respond here. Georgia Allen and Liesl Page only less than a canvas behind through the 1250 metre mark of this race. A long way left to row here on the beautiful waters of Lake Barrington as they do battle with the Tasmanians at the top of your picture. What fantastic pictures as the sun just starts to peek through the clouds here at Lake Barrington, as and the fog just lowering slightly. It is absolutely gorgeous looking out of the commentary box. We are very lucky up here, aren't we, Lizzie, to have this fantastic view and some fantastic racing to watch as well. As looks like that crew from Adelaide University have responded to any challenge for a bronze medal and started to push away from the pack. You can see that fog on the course there that is absolutely gorgeous down here at Lake Barrington. It is putting on a show for us. This is well and truly the best conditions of the week for these under-21 women's double sculls. As the Tasmanians, they not being distracted by the beautiful conditions, perhaps a little bit used to it, and move out to 1.5 seconds advantage with 500 metres left to row here in the under-21 women's double. Olivia Yates and Alana Edwards there, putting their best foot forward for a national championship in front of their home crowd. Yates, another sculler competing up in the under-23 age category in her single scull in what was a very, very tough race in terms of conditions, finishing back in 6th place, just behind Liesl Page in the Sydney crew. And the Tasmanians looking for a little bit of clear water now as they approach the 1750 metre mark. Adelaide University on the near side, maybe just seeing a bit of a threat emerge for their bronze medal from the Fremantle Swan River composite in lane 1, but I think they're clear enough to be safe in the closing stages of this race. The question for us now is that, can this Sydney Rowing Club crew turn on a sprint in the last 180 metres of the course here? You can see Liesl Page in the bow seat, have a look around and just check where her competition is, checking how far away are those Tasmanians as they really bring up the rate in the closing stages of this race and try and mount a challenge for the win here in the under-21 women's double scull. 38 strokes a minute in the Sydney crew, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the Tasmanians have timed this race to perfection. Sydney led early. The Tasmanians moved through in the second 500. Sydney pushed at the K. The Tasmanians responded, and Olivia Yates and Alana Edwards from Buckingham and Tasmanian University Boat Club will finish a well-rowed race to be crowned national champions in the under-21 women's double. Sydney Rowing Club throwing everything at it, hold on the silver, and it is the West Australians on the near side of the course who have taken advantage of some steering issues in the Adelaide University crew, and the West Australians take a fantastic bronze medal, sneaking through on the inside lane there to just move Adelaide University out of medal contention there. They'll finish 4th, ANU 5th. The Surfers Paradise Buckingham crew in 6th place. North Esk in 7th. And Melbourne University Boat Club in 8th.
Oh dear, such a mix of exhilaration and heartbreak there in the final of the under-21 women's double scull. What fantastic racing. But the overall title has been taken by a composite of Olivia Yates from Tasmania University and Alana Edwards from Buckingham Rowing Club. The silver going to Sydney Rowing Club's Liesl Page and Georgia Allen, and the bronze medal snatched by Emma Pittman of Swan River and Emma O'Neill of Fremantle, just over the Adelaide University crew of Emily Lang and Anya Felderhoff. In 5th position, ANU. In 6th, the Surfers Paradise Buckingham composite. In 7th, North Esk, and in 8th, Melbourne University Boat Club. Provisional time for that win, 7 minutes 23, the margin 2.19, and then a further 16.43 back to the Fremantle composite, who snatched the bronze medal over Adelaide University by just over a second. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalists, St Joseph's Nudgee College, Atticus Nielsen, Hugh Jackson, Will Dawson, Elfie Piper, their cox Arch Rosenthal. The crew is coached by Stu Payton. Second and silver medalists, Ballarat Clarendon College, Stuart Hall, Tiger Williams, Max Mason, Jake Connolly, their cox Reese Belcher. The crew was coached by Ian Peel. And our gold medalists and 2025 national champions, Sydney Grammar School, Curtis Pepper, James Fifield, Toby Berkelau, Charlie Slack, their cox Ian Vera, ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-19 men's coxed 4. And now we move to the final of the under-21 men's double scull with Sydney University Boat Club in Lane 1, William Fuller and Alexander Tetley, coached by Simon Huxley and Peter Warne. In Lane 2, a composite of Archie Critchell from Mercantile Rowing Club and Henry Belcher from Adelaide University. In Lane 3, a composite of Jack Power from UTS Haberfield and Will Rogers from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Simon Huxley. In Lane 4, from North Esk Rowing Club, Oliver Quinn and Cam Parker, coached by Dion Birtwistle and Trevor Barrett. In Lane 5, from Hawthorn Rowing Club, William Hexter and Max Curry, coached by Tristan Kristevsky. In Lane 6, from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme, Darcy James and Jessie Rosin, coached by Tom Westgarth and William Hatcher. In Lane 7, from Adelaide University, Jasper Boyce and Alexander Williams. And in Lane 8, from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Lawson Banks and Caelan Routley, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren.
And it is somewhat unsurprisingly Jack Power, Will Rogers from UTS and Sydney University Boat Club who are leading this race. Won the heats, didn't appear to really give it the full gas in the semi-final. Knew they were safely through to the final and would be definitely the crew to watch out for in this race. But Hawthorn Rowing Club, William Hexter, Max Curry moving through at the 1,000 metre mark, in fact, as we get that fantastic top-down shot that helps us greatly in identifying where the makeup of this race. 4 crews within a boat length of each other at the 1,000 metre mark. At the moment, Hawthorn leading the Sydney Uni UTS crew. North Esk in the centre of the course there, sitting back in 3rd, but only narrowly ahead of the Canberra Rowing Club crew, supported by the ACT High Performance Program with the blue decks on their shell there. Darcy James and Jessie Rosen. Will Hexter and Max Curry, they won that semi-final, and I think Max Curry, a bit of an axe to grind here in the double. He won the opening heat of the under-23 single earlier in the week in pretty pretty clear form actually, and then tough row in the semi-final and missed out on rowing the A final. So here a half a boat length up now on the rest of the field as the North Esk boys in lane 4, Oliver Quinn and Cam Parker, starting to move on Rogers and Power from Sydney Uni and UTS Haberfield. Very well credentialed crew on that side of the course, both of them going in the New South Wales Youth 8 later on in the week. Will Rogers, an under 19 representative in the single scull last year, national champion in that boat, and as well in the schoolboy 8, as they hang on to the provisional silver position through the 1,000-metre mark. So it is as tight as it can be for the top 3. Canberra Rowing Club not quite hanging on in that second 500 and almost a length back now, but Hawthorn leading Sydney Uni, UTS, North Esk in 3rd, but we could throw Ray Ebbett's Pashmina over the field in this one. Canberra Rowing Club actually still up in it, less than half a length off. So 4 crews battling for the win here in the under 21 men's double scull. About 350 metres left to row, as we see the North Esk crew, who were sitting in 3rd, and we'll have to hold off a challenge from the crews either side of them, as we'll have to hold off a challenge from the Canberra Rowing Club on the right-hand side of the drone picture there. There's the Hawthorn crew of William Hexter and Max Curry, who have timed this race well to move through in the second 500, but not been able to break clear of the rest of the field. See a look over the shoulder from Jesse Rosen in the Canberra Rowing Club crew just to check where they are. They're in bronze medal position at the moment, as the combination in lane 3 from North Esk drop back out of medal contention here. So can the locals get up onto the presentation dais? Hawthorn and Sydney University UTS have been going at it all the way down the course, but it is Power and Rogers in the last 300 metres who have really laid down the gauntlet, turned up the wick, and now in the last 60 metres of the course, I think barring disaster, it'll be the New South Welshmen who'll take the win here in the under 21 men's double scull. But the minor medals are still anyone's guess. Hawthorn hanging on for silver. The Canberra Rowing Club boys up into the mix for bronze now. Darcy James and Jesse Rosen. It will be Rogers and Power who take the win in the under 21 men's double scull. Hexter and Curry from Hawthorn in the silver medal position. Canberra Rowing Club get through at the end to take bronze. Darcy James and Jesse Rosen leaving North Esk's Oliver Quinn and Cam Parker off the podium. Some way back then to Adelaide Uni and Mercantiles, Critchell and Belcher. Jasper Boyce and Alexander Williams from Adelaide University in 6th place. And then the All Sydney University crew of Will Fuller and Alex Tetley in 7th to round out this race, as had a scratching from UTS over in lane 8.
What a fantastic finish there. The gold medal snatched by Jack Power and Will Rogers of Sydney University and UTS Haberfield, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. A well-timed finish from them. In 2nd position, Hawthorn Rowing Club. In 3rd, the Canberra Rowing Club crew of James and Rosen, supported by the ACT Academy of Sport. In 4th, North Esk. In 5th, Adelaide University Mercantile. In 6th, Adelaide University. In 7th, Sydney University. The provisional time 6 minutes 39.55. The margins 2.04 and 0.65. And then just 1.02 back to North Esk. What a fantastic finish. And back to the presentation dais we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing Australia. 3rd place and bronze medalists representing Fremantle and Swan River, Emma Pittman and Emma O'Neill. Second place and silver medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page, Georgia Allen, And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025. Wreckham, Tasmania University Boat Club and Buckingham Rowing Club. From Tasmania University Boat Club, Olivia Yates. And representing Buckingham, Alana Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-21 Women's Double Scull. And back to racing we go. We are back to the fours, and we have the Under-21 Women's Coxed 4 final in progress, with a Swan River composite in lane 1 of Katie Wall from the University of Western Australia, Sophia Cross from Fremantle, Imogen Hubbard from West Australian Rowing Club, and Olivia Youngson from Swan River in lane 1. Jonty Campbell is their cox. In lane 2, the University of Queensland Boat Club crew of Scarlett Woodbury, Lily Bragg, Astrid Coates and Sarah Burke, coxed by Harriet O'Dwyer, coached by Phil Bourguignon. In lane 3, the composite between Sydney University and Adelaide University of Mia Booth from Sydney Uni, Daisy Holland from Adelaide Uni, Alice McCready and Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney Uni. Their cox is Chloe Gioretta from Sydney Uni, and they are coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 4 from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Madeline Mannins, Madeline Swain and Leela Gaston, coxed by Sophie Castellas, coached by Sam Fennessy and Tim McLaren. In lane 5, Melbourne University Boat Club, Lulu Burney, Lola Dayan, Chloe Nevins and Meg Dumbrell, coxed by Ivy Jones. In lane 6, a composite of Imogen Griffith from Walford, Grace Louise Moffat from Cand Rowing Club, Georgia Campbell and Grace Turnbull from Cand, and their cox Susanna Hall, coached by Charles Betts and Scott Rowe. In lane 7, a composite of Lila Fieves from Swan River, Greta Spencer from Swan River, Caroline McNally from Adelaide University and Abigail Cox from Mercantile, coxed by Angeline Ng. And in lane 8 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Eloise Adem, Jemima Dryden, Gabby Price and Athena Speranzas, coxed by Lulu White.
Another very interesting race in prospect here, where we've seen a number of these girls racing in different coxless pair combinations, and certainly at the 500 metre mark, not particularly lining up with results we saw in the coxless pair. Lane 1 there, just a little bit out of the picture at this stage of the race. It is Melbourne University Boat Club who are leading. Lulu Burney, Lola Darn, Chloe Nevins and Meg Dumbrell, Ivy Jones, the coxswain. Chloe Nevins and Meg Dumbrell had a great race in the semi-final of the Under-21 Women's Coxless pair, and beating the eventual silver medalist from Sydney Rowing Club, but then in the final finishing outside of the medal paying position. So potentially another crew with an axe to grind here in this race. That Melbourne University crew leading by 1.5 seconds at the 500 metre mark. Interestingly, the St Cat's crew in lane 4, who are currently challenging for a bronze medal with the Swan River composite on the far side of the course. All 5 of the girls in that crew, Cox included, were members of the 2023 St Catherine's First 8, that finished second at the National Championships and went on to compete at Henley Royal Regatta that year. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but it is Melbourne University now leading by a slightly smaller margin, 1.39 back to the Sydney University composite, Mia Booth from Sydney Uni, Daisy Holland from Adelaide Uni, and then Alice McCready, Alex O'Brien and Chloe Gioretta from Sydney University Boat Club. That crew currently the provisional silver medal crew. And then over on the far side, second from the right-hand side of the picture, is the Mercantile composite. Lila Fieves and Greta Spencer from Swan River Rowing Club, the national champions in the Under-21 pairs event, and Australian junior representatives from the last couple of years, pairing up with Caroline McNally from Adelaide Uni, and Abigail Cox from Mercantile, who finished 7th alongside Clodagh McCarthy in the pairs race yesterday morning. So that crew currently challenging for a minor medal. UTS not out of things at this stage, about half a length back on that Mercantile Swan River crew, and the University of Queensland on the near side of the course here. Scarlett Woodbury, Lily Bragg, Astrid Coates, who we saw win the under-21, under-19 single in dominant fashion yesterday. And Sarah Burke, Harriet O'Dwyer, the coxswain. Sarah Burke, bronze medalist. Sarah Burke and Scarlett Woodbury, bronze medalist in the pair yesterday morning. But it is between this Sydney Uni crew and Melbourne Uni at the head of the field. Sydney Uni with Daisy Holland of Adelaide Uni starting to encroach on the early race lead built up by Melbourne Uni. So this Sydney Uni crew still just a seat or two down, a little bit over at canvas behind, 1.33 seconds. So that margin has narrowed as we've moved down the course, but if it continues to narrow at that rate, they still won't overcome this Melbourne Uni crew. So something special needed here in the closing strokes of this race. 500 metres left to row. The Mercantile Composite still sitting in bronze medal position. These coxed fours, I think a slightly heavier boat than say coxless 4 and 8. You can get them up and moving and instigate a change of speed with relative ease. Certainly not easy, it's a heavy boat, but it is certainly possible to put on a good sprint finish here in the Cox 4. The UTS crew there sitting back in 4th place. They were 1.5 seconds down on the Mercantile Composite, and a crew that's rowed together for a very long time there, the girls from UTS Haberfield. That's Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Madeline Mannins, Madeline Swain, Layla Gaston, Sophie Costellas, the Cox, coached by Sam Fennessy, and Tim McLaren, just trailing the Mercantile Swan River and Adelaide University crew on the far side of the course, who have sat in the bronze medal position the entire way down the track here at Lake Barrington. It's between Melbourne Uni and Sydney Uni in the race for the gold medal here in the under-21 women's Cox 4. It's been Melbourne Uni the whole way down the course. You can see them there rowing in the Alice Arch, and the Sydney University crew on the near side of the course, throwing everything at it in the closing stages of this race. But I think Melbourne Uni have had an answer for everything that this crew from Sydney have thrown at them. It is going to be Melbourne University Boat Club who will be national champions here in the under-21 women's Cox 4, an all-the-way win. Fantastic effort for Lulu Burney, Lola Dehaan, Chloe Nevins and Meg Dumbrell. Ivy Jones, the Cox. Sydney Uni for silver, the Mercantile Swan River crew in bronze, UTS outside the medals in 4th, University of Queensland in 5th place. The West Australians on the near side of the course here in lane 1 in 6th. Another Mercantile Swan River crew in 7th place, and the All Mercantile crew on the far side of the course in 8th place.
Confirming the results there in the under-21 women's Coxed 4, a gold medal for Melbourne University Boat Club, a silver medal to the Sydney University Adelaide University Composite, and the bronze medal will go to the Mercantile Adelaide University and Swan River Composite. In 4th, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. In 5th, University of Queensland Boat Club. In 6th, Swan River West Australian Rowing Club, Fremantle and University of WA Composite. In 7th, the Cand Walford Anglican School Crew. And in 8th, Mercantile Rowing Club. The provisional winning time for Melbourne University Boat Club, 7 minutes 17.07. The margins 2.97 and 3.36. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing Australia. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, Canberra Rowing Club, and the ACT High Performance Programme. Darcy James and Jessie Rosin. The crew was coached by Tom Westgarth and William Hatcher. Second and silver medalists, Hawthorn Rowing Club. William Hexter. Max Curry. The crew was coached by Tristan Kristevsky. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025. Representing Sydney University Boat Club and UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Jack Power from UTS Haberfield. Will Rogers from Sydney University Boat Club. The crew was coached by Matthias Ungermark and Simon Huxley and supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-21 men's double scull.
Our thanks to Chris McCarthy and Lizzie Chapman for their commentary over the last hour and two. It is time now for the men's under-21 Coxed 4 event. So lane 1, Sydney University, lane 2, Mercantile, lane 3, Melbourne University, lane 4, Swan River, lane 5, the University of Queensland, lane 6, UTS Haberfield, lane 7, Adelaide University, and lane 8, it's a Sydney University and Newcastle University composite. As I'm joined in the commentary box by Richard Dorstein. And Richard, we're going to see a few of these rowers racing in the youth men's eights on Sunday for the Noel F. Wilkinson Trophy.
Yeah, absolutely, Stuart. Good morning to you. And yeah, it should be a great race here in the under-21 men's Cox 4. And a bit of a preview of what we've got coming up on Sunday afternoon, as well as these crews are working now. Have come, in fact, through the first 500 metres. It was Melbourne University with a narrow margin there on lane number 3 from Mercantile. So the two rivals from Victoria having a good race in the early stages of this one.
Yeah, look, that Mercantile crew of Joe Lee Conway, Ethan Brown, James Simpson, Alessandro Amaro and Zane Tackler, and then Melbourne University, Beppy Daly, Amos Kirk, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle and Josh Fevercrans. And between them, they make up a little bit over half of the Victorian crew, James Simpson and Alessandro Amaro, and then Amos Kirk, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle and Josh Fevercrans, the coxswain. Both of those in the Victorian crew. In behind them, you can see the University of Queensland crew in their maroon and blues. So that is Samuel Forbes, Bailey Clark, Finlay Harris, Thomas Stevens and Thomas Coogan is their coxswain. And that crew will appear for Queensland in the Noel F. Wilkinson Trophy, as we just see the Mercantile crew on screen. And now Sydney University, Jack Cullen, Angus Mitchell, Alfred McLean, Jeffrey Warren, Alice Home is their coxswain. So through 500 metres, it was Melbourne University leading Mercantile, and then back to UTS Haberfield. There's not a lot to split out our crews in second, third and fourth. We can see that Melbourne University have now a boat length lead through the 1,000 ahead of Mercantile. The University of Queensland, UTS now back in fourth place, and then Sydney University, Swan River, and then to Adelaide University and the Sydney University and Newcastle University composite. A lot of universities in this event.
A lot of universities, a lot of mouthfuls there, certainly, but not much a difference between the crews. Beyond our leaders from Melbourne Uni, you've got 4.25 seconds on the Mercantile crew. There's about the same margin then from second back to 8th, I reckon.
Yeah, it's only about a boat thing. It's Razor's Pashmina over 7 of these crews.
The Pashmina's getting a serious workout this morning, isn't it?
It's been getting a workout all regatta.
This is true.
We've had a lot of these A finals, and again, you'd expect it where you've got the crews having gone through the heats, the repecharges, semi-finals and quarterfinals if they're needed. And what we're seeing at the finish, down towards the finish of all of these ones, has been some really tight finishes, particularly for the placings for the medals.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Every medal important here. I've just spent a bit of time down in the presentation area, and the jubilation and delight on the faces of the athletes, not just the gold medalists, but the silver and bronzes as well, who've achieved a great deal to make it to the top 3 in their event, is certainly fantastic to see. And on the subject of presentations, thank you to St Mary's College from Hobart once again for providing the medal tray holders for today's racing, as they did yesterday, before going out to race themselves in a couple of repecharges in their schoolgirls events.
So it is Melbourne University still leading out from the University of Queensland in second place. Next to them, UTS Haberfield. That's Edward Kelly, Lawson Banks, Marcus Black, Will Clubb and Jasmine Abella as we see them through the 1,500 metres. UTS still sitting in third. Swan River in fourth place. That's Harper Davies, Harry Selfinger, Quinton Marketos, James Young and Helena Herworth. Davies, Selfinger and Herworth in the WA. Youth 8 in the Noel F. Wilkinson. And then we go back a little bit further. Mercantile just dropping off the pace a little bit. They were up there in the first 500 metres, but now just dropping off the pace a touch. And then over on the far side, we've got Adelaide University, the Sydney University, Newcastle University Composite, and then Sydney University in lane number 1. As we see Melbourne University now coming up, it's almost 250 metres to go. They've been leading right from the start. Daly, Kirk, Bryant, Idle and Pfefferkranz. You can see them through the 1750 metre mark. Couple across to their left-hand side. It's the University of Queensland sitting up in second place with UTS Haberfield in third. Half a boat length back to the West Australians from Swan River. They've got a little bit of ground to make up if they're able to go through and to take their place on the podium. UTS on the screen. University of Queensland, they're still sitting in second place. The gap now starting to narrow. Melbourne University, University of Queensland and UTS at 1, 2 and 3. They seem to have separated themselves quite nicely. Swan River now just dropping off the pace. They're about a boat length back in fourth ahead of Adelaide University, Sydney, Newcastle University, and then on the closer side, Sydney University and Mercantile. But out in front, it has been a start to finish win for the men from Victoria. Melbourne University are the 2025 national champions. The University of Queensland take the bronze, the silver. The bronze will go to UTS, with the Swan River crew finishing in fourth place in lane number 4 ahead of Adelaide University back in 5th, Sydney University in 6th, and then the Sydney University, Newcastle University Composite in 7th, and Mercantile finishing in 8th place. A great road there for the crew from Melbourne University, led from the start.
Yeah, and all the way in there certainly to Melbourne Uni, close better with Mercantile early on, but going clear later in the race. So Melbourne University winners there in 6:28.36, the provisional time, 2.39 seconds clear of the University of Queensland, and third was UTS Haberfield. So they will be the medalists in the under 21 men's coxed 4. The presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Mick Casey, Counsellor, Rowing Tasmania. In third place, and bronze medalists, composite crew from the Mercantile, Adelaide University and Swan River Rowing Clubs. Lila Fieve, Carolyn McNally, Greta Spencer, and Abigail Cox in a slightly different crew order on the pontoon. But congratulations to our bronze medalists. And Cox by Angeline Nook. Second place and silver medalists, composite crew from the Sydney University and Adelaide University boat clubs. Mia Booth, Alice McCready, Daisy Holland, Alexandra O'Brien, and Chloe Giretta. Crew was coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, the Melbourne University Boat Club. Lula Birnie, Lola DeHaan, Chloe Nevins, Meg Dumbrell, and Ivy Jones. Please congratulate all our medalists in the under-21 Women's Coxed 4. Back on the course now, we have our next final race, 427, the under-23 women's double scull. Lane 1 is a combination from the Mercantile and Sydney University Club, Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri. Lane 2 from Barwon, Grace Holton and Tully Combridge. Lane 3, Melbourne University and Toowong, Gabrielle Geldard and Meg Cartwright. Lane 4, the University of Western Australia, Isabella Utley and Ava Myler. Lane 5, Melbourne University Centenary, Sophie Malcolm and Romy Cantwell. Lane 6, University of Queensland Centenary, Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot. And lane 7, a Sydney University UTS Haberfield composite crew, Sarah Fard and Sophia Whiteman. So Stuart, a good race in prospect here, and the Malcolm sisters in different composite crews in adjacent lanes here.
Look, there's always that sibling rivalry, isn't there? It's certainly going to be the case for the Malcolm sisters. It is Sophie Malcolm with Romy Cantwell at the moment, and both of those crew members will be looking to, I guess, avenge a little bit the results from the single sculls. We saw Romy Cantwell making the B final. She won the B final, but after winning at the under-23 single sculls at the New South Wales Championship, she would have been one of the favourites for the event down here, but unfortunately missing out on the A final, and we're looking to be avenging that somewhat. She will be racing for Victoria. She's listed to race for Victoria in the Nell Slatter Trophy on Sunday. Sophie Malcolm finished 4th in the single sculls, so again, just outside of those podium positions. So both those rowers definitely with something to show as we see them on the screen there. You can see that it is Melbourne University and Centenary with that lead early. Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot from the Centenary and University of Queensland clubs. So Eliza Bridgefoot was 2nd in the single sculls. We can see there on the screen, it is the composite there from Melbourne University and Toowong. Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong with the yellow Zudi, and then up in front of her, Meg Cartwright from the Melbourne University Boat Club. Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri from Mercantile and Sydney University. They're sitting nicely in about 2nd place as well. So it really is a very strong crews that we've got here, and we just see there the crew there of Sophie Malcolm and Romy Cantwell from Centenary and Melbourne University. Still out in front, but big push coming here from these other crews, Barwon, Grace Holton and Tully Combridge. As we see the University of Queensland and Centenary, Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot. So the big question is, Richard, who is going to win out of the Malcolm sisters? Because I reckon there'll be some bragging rights. Yeah, bragging rights on the line there. Also, both sitting in the bow seat of their boat there in the Centenary colours. So a fantastic match race there side by side. It's been a good morning for siblings so far. The Bailey brothers from Geelong taking out the under-17 men's double scull, and well, Tobias Elias not in company with his brother, but taking another gold medal. So that's 2 in 2 days for him. So the family's doing well here, and that could be a fantastic race, potentially in the end for just 1 medal to be shared between the two. But it's very close between them
in the middle stages now of this race, although that Melbourne Uni Centenary crew is stretching out to a pretty comfortable lead now. The combination including Sophie Malcolm and Romy Cantwell. So 6.2 seconds, a substantial margin first to second, but look at the race behind them for silver, bronze, and one of those crews will miss out in 4th place.
Yeah, Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri up on the screen there. We just see the University of WA, Isabella Utley and Ava Myler, coached by Roland Warren. And then in behind them, it is the Sydney University UTS composite of Sarah Fard and Sophia Whiteman. Sarah Fard winning the single sculls yesterday, as we just see them coming through the 1250 metre mark. It's still a very comfortable lead for Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University. And then in behind them, we've got the Mercantile Sydney University composite, the University of Queensland Centenary composite, and the Sydney University UTS Haberfield composite. So a lot of composites out in front. The Barwon Rowing Club, Grace Holton and Tolly Combridge with the stripes of the Barwon Rowing Club. We just see there the great footage from our drone showing that it is still Sophie Malcolm and Romy Cantwell ahead of Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot. So it's Malcolm 1, Malcolm 2, and then just in behind them, half a boat length back to Sarah Fard and Sophia Whiteman, who in turn are about half a boat length ahead of Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri from Sydney University and Mercantile respectively. So just through the 1500 metre timing point, it is Malcolm and Cantwell still holding on to that lead, and if anything, extending it out now. That battle for silver and bronze, Richard, just starting to stretch out a little bit. Looks like the crew of Bond and Kafuri are just dropping off the pace. Yeah, although we saw a great finish yesterday from Zara Kafuri when she won the under-21 women's singles scull, coming from, I think, about 6th place at the halfway mark of the race to storm home and snatch up the lead in the last 100 metres. So I certainly wouldn't write off that combination there, in company with Zoe Bond, of course, as well. From the Sydney University Boat Club, so a 2-state composite crew there. But yes, there's the two Centenary Malcolm sisters in the bow seat of their respective boats, and that's currently the 3rd placed combination on the far side of the course, Sydney Uni and UTS Haberfield, as they come through in these great conditions here, Stuart, to the final couple of 100 metres of this race. Yeah, and it's just worthwhile mentioning with Centenary Rowing Club, we talked yesterday about the clubs in West End and at the top end of the river, but Centenary are very much downstream. Upstream. Upstream, yes, in the upper reach of the river. Well clear of City Cats and other clubs and everything like that. A fairly new club, actually, that Simon Newcomb had a lot to do with creating, but it'll be great to see them collect a medal or two here in a few minutes' time as well. Yeah, look, they are well and truly on track for a medal or two. It'll be half a gold and half a silver as things stand at the moment. Sophie Malcolm and Romy Cantwell from Centenary and Melbourne University Boat Clubs have the lead. They have looked commanding, particularly over the last 1,500 metres or so. Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot from Centenary and the University of Queensland sitting in 2nd place, half a boat length ahead of Sarah Fard and Sophia Whiteman from UTS and Sydney University. As they come up towards the line now, confirmation of the win for Centenary and Melbourne University. Sophie Malcolm and Romy Cantwell are the 2025 champions. Jessica Malcolm takes home silver for Centenary along with Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland, and then Sarah Fard from UTS and Sophia Whiteman finishing in 3rd ahead of Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri from Mercantile and Sydney University. And then back a little bit further, we do have the composites in lane number 3. That is Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong and Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University in 5th place. And then they'll finish ahead of the crew from Barwon Rowing Club. That's Grace Holton and Tolly Combridge in 6th. And then the University of Western Australia's Isabella Utley and Ava Myler back in 7th. But gold and silver for the Malcolm sisters. Yeah, indeed, 4.68 seconds separate the Malcolm sisters there in that particular end. So 1st place goes to Melbourne Uni and Centenary. That's Sophie Malcolm with Romy Cantwell. 2nd will go to University of Queensland Centenary, Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot. And the bronze to Sarah Fard of UTS and Sophia Whiteman on Sydney Uni. 7:16.27 is the unofficial winning time at this point. As we go to the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. And the medals will be presented by Craig James, OAM, Rowing Australia Life member
and Rowing Western Australia councillor. In third place, and bronze medalists, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Edward Kelly, Lawson Banks, Marcus Black, Will Clubb, and Jasmine Abella. Crew was coached by Matthias Ungemuck and Tim McLaren. Second place and silver medalists, the University of Queensland and Cairns Rowing Club. Samuel Forbes, Bailey Clark, Finlay Harris, Thomas Stevens, and Thomas Coogan. Crew was coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, Melbourne University Boat Club. Presented by Bet Daily. Amos Kirk, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle, and Josh Pfefferkrantz. Please congratulate all of our medalists in the under-21 men's coxed 4. Next race underway, the final of the under-23 men's double scull. The race through the first 500 metres, and the field of 7 here. University of Queensland Western Australian Rowing Clubs in lane 1, Joshua Henke and Mitchell Owen. University of Western Australia lane 2, Sean Day Barnes and Jacob Minchin. Toowong lane 3, Nicholas Barlow and Mitchell Bridge. Composite crew in lane 4, Ben Horsnell of Surfers Paradise Rowing Club and Samuel Mounter of Tasmania University Boat Club. Lane 5, Hamish Danks of Sydney Uni with Adam Holland of Adelaide. Lane 6, Toowong Rowing Club, Ben Stockwell and Henry McCluskey. And lane 7, University of Queensland, Mitch McGeever and Pat Murphy.
And through the early stages, it was first and second from the under-23 single sculls, Adam Holland and Hamish Danks. They had a great row down the course in the single scull. They're now pairing up in the double, and unsurprising to see them out in front through the early stages. Sitting in second place, we've got the Tasmania University Surfers Paradise, Ben Horsnell and Samuel Mounter. Samuel Mounter winning the bronze medal, so all 3 medalists from the single scull sitting right up there at the moment here in the double sculls. As we just have a look here, we've got the University of Queensland West Australian composite of Joshua Henke in the bow seat and Mitchell Owen from the University of Queensland in the stroke seat. They're sitting just in 4th place at the moment, not too far behind the 3rd place crew from the University of Queensland, McGeever and Murphy, as we just see there, the Toowong crew, Nicholas Barlow and Mitchell Bridge. Mitchell Bridge in the stroke seat made the A final of the under-23s. Nicholas Barlow won the under-21 single scull, so rowing up a couple of age groups here and doing quite well. Through the 1,000, it was Danks and Holland still with that lead. It's only a couple of seconds ahead of the crew from Tasmania University and Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, and then McGeever and Murphy from University of Queensland sitting in 3rd place, and they're only half a second ahead of the University of Queensland West Australian Rowing Club composite of Hankey and Owen, as we just see the University of WA crew there, Dave Barnes and Minchin up on the screen, going through the 1,250 metre mark. It's still a boat length between our leading crews. It's boat length between first and second, another boat length back to third, and that battle for third is well and truly on. McGeever and Murphy were sitting in third place through the early stages, but now closest to the grandstand, Joshua Hankey from West Australian Rowing Club, Mitchell Owen from the University of Queensland, now starting to move up, and they're putting the composite of Horsnell and Mounter under pressure. They are well and truly in the mix now, heading up towards that silver medal position. Have they got enough in them over the final 500 metres to be able to go through? We saw in the women's race our leading crew, Malcolm and Cantwell, really take the lead out, but in this one we're not seeing it quite so much. It's still Danks and Holland, but for first and second in the single sculls, they're still only a boat length ahead of Horsnell and Mounter. Coming through in third place now, it is the crew closest to the course, Hankey and Owen from West Australian Rowing Club and the University of Queensland. And then back a little bit further to the University of Queensland crew, McGeever and Murphy. Toowong sitting in fifth place, and then back again to the second Toowong crew and the University of Western Australia. So out in front, still Hamish Danks and Adam Holland, just extending that lead out a little bit now. They're into the final stages. This crew here from Tasmania University and Surfers Paradise Rowing Clubs are still within touch, but they've also got to make sure that they can hold off the very fast finishing Hankey and Owen over in lane number 1. So it's about 250 metres left to go. It's a bit over a boat length between first and second, but now we're seeing the push come from Hankey and Owen. Are they able to move up into second place? On board there with Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club and Hamish Danks from Sydney University in lane number 5. They've got themselves a gold and a silver each, but are they able to go through and take a combined gold? Lane 7, McGeever and Murphy on the screen as we're now into the final 150 metres, and the class of Hamish Danks and Adam Holland now just starting to really pull away from the chasing pack. The battle for silver is well and truly on though. Hankey and Owen, they seem to have moved right up on the Tasmania University Surfers Paradise composite. It's going to be a win for Hamish Danks and Adam Holland from Adelaide and Sydney University. Second will go to the University of Queensland WA composite of Hankey and Owen. They'll take the silver ahead of Horsnell and Mounter from Tasmania University and Surfers Paradise in third. Fourth will go to McGeever and Murphy from the University of Queensland. Fifth to the Toowong crew of Barlow and Bridge in lane number 3. And then back a little bit further, we have the University of WA battling it with Toowong over in lane number 6. So that's Dave Barnes and Minchin, and then Stockwell and McCluskey from the Toowong Rowing Club. Does look like the Toowong boys just have their bows out in front into the final few strokes now, and it is going to be a 6th place for the boys from Toowong as they come up towards the line, just in 6th, ahead of the University of WA in 7th place.
Closest split margin of the race there between 6th and 7th place, but a strong win, certainly over 4 seconds to the combination from Adelaide and Sydney Uni. Hamish Danks and Adam Holland win the under-23 men's double scull. Second place has gone to the crew of Josh Hankey and Mitchell Owen, and a bronze medal shortly coming up for Ben Horsnell and Samuel Mounter in the under-23 men's double scull final. Presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Mick Casey, Rowing Australia Councillor and Rowing Tasmania Director. In third place and bronze medalists, the Sydney University and UTS Haberfield clubs, Sarah Fard and Sophia Whiteman, who is coached by Alfie Young and Sam Fennessy. second place, and silver medalists, the University of Queensland and Centenary Rowing Clubs, Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, representing the Melbourne University and Centenary Rowing Clubs, Sophie Malcolm and Romy Cantwell. Please congratulate all of our medalists in the under-23 women's double scull. We head back down the course shortly, where we should be just about to get underway if the timepieces are correct here in the next of our finals, all the way at the 2,000 metre start, just into their first strokes now, in fact, in the under-23 women's at coxless for a great race in prospect here, with 7 boats on the course, and some steering issues early on too for a couple of crews in lanes 3 and 4. Our umpires coming across to just make sure they keep out of each other's way, and hopefully the race here can continue. We'll keep a watch on that, and it may in fact be the case that that race will have to be restarted. So the start list up on screen there, but there will be a slight delay here as we wait for those 7-4s to return to the held start pontoon. So no secrets from the drone once again, Stuart. We saw that straight away in the first few strokes, what was going to happen there.
Yeah, look, just a couple of crews getting a little bit too close to each other, and the boat race officials stepping in and restarting the race. So as our crews head back down towards the start, it's been a fantastic morning of racing here, Richard.
Yes, it has.
Some great, where we've had some double sculls. We've got the open doubles coming up a little bit later on, the 4s coming down the course, and we've got some lightweight 8s coming up this afternoon as well.
Yes, after the lunch break, which is more of an actual lunch break today, right on yesterday's brief pause for 5 or so minutes. I think it's about 30 minutes today. But yeah, the men's and women's lightweight 8s will race. The women's lightweight 8, of course, a new event this year after some fairly persuasive pressure applied by the World Lightweight Rowing Alliance, and a few of the lightweight rowers themselves were very keen to have the chance to race for a national title, which was fantastic to see. And I just note on our presentation list actually that Peter Anthony, who is obviously a very strong supporter of lightweight rowing, is going to be presenting one of our trophies later on today too. Not for that particular race, but it will be great to see 1992 Olympic gold medalist Peter Anthony here at the regatta. We mentioned, of course, he rode with Stephen Hawkins in that race. Both were lightweights at the time, rowing in an open weight event and winning the Olympic gold medal in the double scull, which was amazing. And of course, the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy after Stephen's brother was presented earlier today to the winners of that male double scull event. So great to see the Hawkins name remembered here, and it'll be great to see Peter Anthony presenting later on today as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that blew my mind when I'm going back through the rowing history of Australia is that gold in Barcelona, or the 2 golds in Barcelona, were the first ones, I think, since the 1950s. Would have been Merv Wood.
It had been a long time between drinks, yes. The 92 Olympics beginning sort of a great period in Australian rowing.
Renaissance.
Exactly right. And then, of course, going to Atlanta, where we won a women's gold medal for the first time as well in the pair. So
Kate Slater and Megan Still.
Yeah, as she then. That's right. So that was a breakthrough win also for the Australians. And then I recall those Barcelona games quite well. I was 13 years old at the time and thought that Australia winning gold medals in rowing was just the natural thing. But it wasn't the case.
What it was.
If you look at the decades or two before that, obviously.
So we're just seeing our rowers going back to the start. It's a beautiful view down behind where the start line is, down behind that starting platform. There just seems to be this absolutely stunning little area down there, and it's maybe not so much when they come down to us at the finish line, but I certainly get a little bit jealous about not competing, about not being able to warm up down in that little area down past the start.
It's a fantastic area there, and I was lucky enough when I was here this time last year, in the middle of last year for the Australian Masters Championships, to take a boat ride up on that view you can see there on the screen now behind the start pontoon, and it does continue up for many kilometres. In fact, it opens up into a wider section a bit further along, and there are some waterfalls, and it's an incredibly serene experience with just no one else around on the waters of Lake Barrington. It's quite a fantastic opportunity for those who get the chance to have a look around the rest of the lake as well.
Yeah, well, I went out for a drive the other day when we had the early finish, went out to the Fourth Falls. It is a bit of a hike. It doesn't say when you park up the car that it's going to be about 40 minutes one way, but definitely well worth the opportunity. I mean, it's really hard to find a bad view in Tasmania, I've decided.
Yes, no, the amount of photos we've taken. I remember Ray Ebbett, when we were talking to him yesterday, was comparing this course to Lake Bled, and also, of course, the course at Lucerne that you've been to fairly recently as well. It's certainly up there in the picturesque stakes with the Swiss Alps.
It really is. I'm a big fan of Lake Bled. I've been there a couple of times, not for rowing, but just in general. When I take over the world,
there are other reasons to go to Lake Bled,
there are other reasons to go to Lake Bled. In my particular case, it was to talk rubbish on a microphone as a tour guide working around Europe for a number of years. But
you've been practicing for this career for a long time, haven't you?
Well, it's the reason I've only ever gone into Switzerland to talk rubbish on a microphone. It's literally been to either commentate or to tour guide, take 50 of my closest friends around the centre of Switzerland. So it's, yeah, apparently I need to have a microphone to enter the country.
Always some strange immigration rules in some of those European countries, but yes, no, fantastic courses certainly, as is this picturesque one here at Lake Barrington. And what conditions we have here too, nice and calm this morning with a bit of cloud cover, a bit of humidity too. It almost feels a bit like Queensland up here at the moment, minus a few degrees, but
minus a few degrees, but I'm in shorts, so you know it's.
As I noticed was Mick Casey doing his presentations before, the Rowing Tasmania director, who told me it was just a normal balmy morning here, so he had no need for long pants.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sun's out, and as they are underway, so we will hope that the crews get away cleanly. They seem to be on a lot better angle this one. So it is the 6 crews of the under-23 women's coxless fours.
Yeah, fielded 6 this time. Yes, maintained their line much better than the first attempt. So the crew in lane 2 with the green canvases there is the University of Queensland towards the top of the screen. Lane 3, Sydney University and Mercantile, the composite crew. Lane 4, Adelaide, Mercantile and UTS Haberfield. So there's another 3-state, 3-club composite crew. Lane 5 is the Sydney and Sydney University composite crew. Lane 6 is the Sydney Rowing Club, and Lane 7, the University of Queensland. They've got 2 boats in the race on either side of the course, the UQBC, but one of them just struggling a bit there across in Lane 7 and the Lane 6 crew. So it looks calm and serene from here, Stuart, but clearly a bit of crosswind there on the course, you would think, towards the start.
Yeah, and that Sydney crew in lane number 6 just having some steering issues as well. So they're just getting themselves back in. So it has been interesting. The number of crews that have had a few steering issues throughout, even not just in the sweep boats, but also in the sculls as well. We've seen them be pushed a little bit, but everyone seems to be back on track. It is the Sydney and Sydney University composite who have the lead at the moment. That's Talisa Noak driver, Stephanie Prella, Remy McKay and Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Florence Griffiths and Alfie Young. Laura Cypher we saw win in the under-23 pairs yesterday. She had a great row through in that one, and the Sydney University composite sitting just ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Georgia Montague, Nicole Vance, Ella Spalding, Lila Anderton, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In behind those ones, we've got the Sydney University composite, so it's Sydney, all from the largest city in the country. Imogen Nation from Merckx, Olivia Natty from Sydney University, Anna Morrison from Merckx, and Tiffany Bota from Sydney University. Olivia Natty, I think, again, one of the many rowers that we've seen come out of Canberra Girls Grammar in the last few years. And I know that Taylor Caudle, Zara Collison, who've both gone over to US universities. I think Zara was at Michigan and Taylor Caudle was at the University of Wisconsin before going over and becoming a Henley winner with Oxford Brookes. But they've all come out of Canberra Girls Grammar in recent years, and I reckon I could put together a pretty good ACT Queen's Cup aids.
Indeed, indeed. No, it's certainly been great to see the Canberra schools and the improving results and their sort of substantial program, it seems like, too, in more recent years, and now obviously going on to the higher levels of the sport too, which is exactly what they need to happen.
Exactly right. As we just see here, the University of Queensland crew in lane 1. That's Ruby Dollar, Nancy Duncan-Banks, Alice Reedy, Tyler Hutton, coached by Phil Bergignong. In behind them, we've got an Adelaide Mercantile and UTS Haberfield Composites. So not quite the Licorice All Sorts, but Jess Hawker from Mercs, April Draney from UTS, Olivia Nan from Mercantile, and Georgina Tager from Adelaide, coached by Sam Fennessy and Nick Lloyd. And I guess that's the other thing that's, for me, one of the storylines that's come out of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships has been the geographic spread of a lot of the race winners, where we're seeing them not just from New South Wales and Victoria, but from Queensland, South Australia, WA as well.
Yep, exactly. And not just the big cities too, but plenty of regional clubs and schools especially. We saw Kinross Wallaroo once again win a race earlier today. That's just a normal service now for that particular school. But Gippsland Grammar have been here competing well for Victoria. The schools from Ballarat, of course, are here in number 2. And we're seeing even in these crews, the composites from lots of different clubs around the country combining into clearly some specifically chosen boats here in the under-23 women's coxless 4 with some good combinations indeed.
Yeah, so it is the Sydney University Composite who have that lead at the moment ahead of Sydney Rowing Club. Nicole Vanson, the 2 seed of that Sydney Rowing Club, a New Zealand junior representative. So she's definitely very quick there as we just see them through the 1250. It's still Sydney University Composite, Sydney Rowing Club in 2nd place, and then the Sydney University and Mercantile Composite in 3rd. So 3 New South Wales crews out there at the moment in the under-23 women's coxless 4s. And we can hear in our, I'm not sure if it comes through in the live stream or not, but we can hear the swish of the water as the boats go past. So I think they've got a microphone set down around about the 1250 metre mark. It's a great sound though, isn't it? Particularly when you've got the 8, so the thump as the oars go through. As we're just seeing again, just a few steering issues as they're coming in towards the final 500 metres. Sydney University Composite still with that boat length lead, and we'll see here through the timing points just how close it is for 2nd place. And it is going to be the Sydney Uni and Mercantile Composite who have moved up into 2nd, and then they've rowed through the Sydney Rowing Club crew in 3rd. Adelaide Composite sitting in 4th place, University of Queensland back in 5th, and then back a little bit further to the 2nd University of Queensland crew in lane number 7, who just at the start looked like they were rowing through treacle there.
Yeah, it took a while for a couple of these crews to get into this race. Well, it took them all a second attempt to get away fairly, but they're doing that now. Still a couple of crews there just dicing with the boys there. It looked like that was the lane 3 crew, I think it was, from the Sydney Uni Mercantile combination, who are right on the boys on the bow side of their boat. But the lane 5 combination has no such issues at this stage of proceedings, who continues to be our race leader there. Sydney and Sydney Uni by about a length ahead of Sydney Uni and Mercantile in lane 3, who look to have avoided any serious issues there with their excursion to the far side of their lane, but they will have to contend, I would think, with the fast finishing University of Queensland here for the silver and bronze medals as well. Yeah, the Adelaide Composite also starting to move. Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 6, just having some steering issues, and that may cost them towards the back end of the race. Out in front, though, it is the Sydney University Composite, Noak Driver, Prella, McKay and Cypher, who have the lead now into the final 100 metres. There's a push coming here. It's Sydney University and Mercantile, and then Sydney Rowing Club. Those two battling it out for the silver and the bronze. It's a bit of a gap back then to the Adelaide Composite. It is going to be a win, though, for Sydney and Sydney University Composite. They'll take the W and the championship. 2nd place will go to Sydney University and Mercantile Composite, with Sydney Rowing Club finishing in 3rd. 4th will go to the Adelaide Composite. 5th to the University of Queensland in lane number 2, with 6th place going to the University of Queensland in lane number 7. So we can see the crew there from Sydney University and Mercantile. They are the silver medalists
but it is a win for Noak Driver, Prella, Mackay and Saipa from Sydney and Sydney University.
You can see the paint on the faces there. 2,000 metres of hard work, certainly, for that crew there in lane 3, resulting in a silver medal as well. But the gold will go to the Sydney and Sydney Uni composite crew. 6:52.44 is their provisional winning time, and about 3 3/4 seconds back to Sydney Uni Mercantile in second. And Sydney Rowing Club will take the bronze medal in race 429. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Craig James, OAM, Rowing Australia Life Member and Rowing Western Australia Counsellor. In third place, and bronze medalists from the Tasmania University and Surfers Paradise rowing clubs, Ben Horsnell and Samuel Mounter, coached by Andrew Palmer and Marcus Free. In second place, and silver medalists from the University of Queensland and Western Australian rowing clubs, Joshua Hankey and Mitchell Owen. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, representing the Sydney University and Adelaide rowing clubs, Hamish Danks and Adam Holland. Please congratulate all of our medalists in the Under-23 Men's Double Scull. And we'll go straight back to the racing on the course. Stuart, 6 boats on the way, nearing the finish in the Under-23 Men's coxless 4. UTS Haberfield Mercantile Lane 2, Melbourne Uni Mercantile Lane 3, Toowong UTS Haberfield and Sydney in 4, Cairns UTS Haberfield and Swan River in 5, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, and University of Queensland with Sydney Rowing Club racing in lane 7.
Yeah, and it's either end. The UTS Mercantile Composite in lane number 2 and the University of Queensland Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 7. There's less than a second between the two. Uni of Queensland and Sydney just ahead of UTS and Mercs. That's UTS Mercs crew of Scalzo, Thompson, Lynch, Wilson, coached by Matthias Ungermack and Nick Lloyd, and then the University of Queensland Sydney crew of Martin Hoskin, Waitman and Lex Tucker. And it's going to be fascinating to see who's going to go through and take the win in this one. They're at either edge, and there's absolutely nothing to pick between them. Sitting in second place, we've got Melbourne University Mercantile Composite in lane number 3 and Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane number 6. As they come up now into the final 250 metres, we've got two different battles for the medals now. We've got a battle for gold and silver, and then the battle for bronze. Back a little bit further, Toowong, UTS Hub and Sydney Composite in lane 4, and the Cairns UTS and Swan River Composite in lane 5. Those two crews just out of it as they're into the final stages now. It is the University of Queensland and Sydney ahead of UTS and Mercantile. You can see there, University of Queensland and Sydney Composite in lane number 7. They're coming up towards the finish line now. We're in for a great finish here. It's the University of Queensland Composite, the UQ Composite with Sydney Rowing Club, but here come Mercs and UTS. Have they got the final sprints in them? They're coming up towards the finish line now. It's University of Queensland, UTS and Mercs, a big push towards the finish line, and it's going to be a photo. It's going to be a photo on the line for first and second. We'll wait to see, and it's going to be another photo for third. Maybe just the crew in lane number 3, Melbourne University at Mercantile, but I am not picking any of those. It was so close across the line. They've got down UTS and Mercantile just rowing through the University of Queensland, Sydney, and it's a photo for third place. So it's a photo for first and second, photo for third. Can we tell, Rich? I could not tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Look, I think it might have been the Lane 2 crew in the final surge. They were not in front if they got there until about the last stroke of the race. So it'll absolutely need a photo review before we sort that one out. And the same for third and fourth place. So a photo for all placings there in race 430. We'll try and bring that result to you soon. We can say that Toowong Composite have come fifth and Cairn Composite sixth, but it does look like as the margins adjust here, it might be UTS, Haberfield, Mercantile Lane 2 who have snatched that late, and they absolutely have if they got there because they definitely were behind with 3 or 4 strokes to go. University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club, therefore, they finished with the silver medal. These results, of course, still unofficial. Melbourne Uni Mercantile provisionally with the bronze and Sydney Rowing Club in 4th place, but we will confirm that result shortly after our next presentation, which is coming up shortly. But fantastic racing there in the under-23 men's coxless 4. In fact, we're going straight back to the start line at this point. So we'll have the Open Women's Double Scull, one of our big events here, one of the Open events on the race. So we'll keep a watchful eye on the results screen too, and we'll confirm who's won race 430 very, very soon as we catch our breath up here. But there's a great view of those conditions at the start. So it is a race in 6 here, the Open Women's Double Scull, Lane 2. ANU composite crew there of Grace Cypher and Catherine Kahn. Lane 3 is again the Australian National University. That is Laura Kelly and Hannah Tippett. Adelaide Rowing Club in Lane 4, Hannah Claughton and Victoria Seidel. Fremantle Lane 5, Clements, Lucas Roast and Holly Cannon. Tasmania University in Lane 6, Jane Hilliard and Kate Oliver. And a Mercantile combination, Lane 7, Freya Axton and Sophie Reiner racing there on the far side of the course. And once again, some steering issue out of the start there for Tasmania University in Lane 6, which they are correcting now. So this time, I think, Stuart, we will have a race that hopefully continues all the way down to the finish here. And hopefully the finish is as close as the last one.
There wasn't that just such a close finish, trying to sit there and pick out who was going to get gold and bronze in that one. But this will be a very even race, I think. There's some really intriguing crews that we've got down here. Fremantle, Clements, Lucas Roast and Holly Cannon with an early boost through the start there. And you can see there just ahead of Freya Axton and Sophie Reiner from Mercantile Rowing Club on the far side. The crew that I'm keeping an eye out though, and not just because of one of the crew clubs, but the crew of Grace Cypher and Catherine Kahn from Sydney Rowing Club and the Australian National University. Grace Cypher, the World Under-23 Lightweight Single Scull Champion last year out at St Catharines in Canada. And then Catherine Kahn, we saw her winning bronze for the 2nd year running in the Kim Brennan Trophy for the Open Women's Single Sculls. Catherine will represent the ACT, make her Nell Slatter Trophy debut, and has been training with the National Training Centre out on the Nepean over the last month or so. So really curious to see how that one's going to go. They are fairly well suited. Grace Cypher obviously quite small, and then Catherine Kahn not too much taller. And they are the crew in the lead at the moment, ahead of Laura Kelly and Hannah Tippett from the Australian National University. So it is ANU Sydney in 1st place, Fremantle in 2nd, ANU in 3rd, and then back to Mercantile, Adelaide and Tasmania University. Just off the pace a little bit through these early stages here as we just see ANU and Sydney Rowing Club with that lead through the first 500 metres or so. That second crew there of Laura Kelly and Hannah Tippett. So Laura Kelly, originally from Victoria, now studying in Canberra at ANU, and actually spent, I think it was 6 months or a year living on exchange over in Germany, and enjoying plenty of time there. Was part of the ACT Queen's Cup crew over in Perth back in 2023.
And, we do have, Stuart, now the official results of race 430, and that the under-23 men's coxless 4, and it was indeed the UTS Haberfield Mercantile composite crew on lane 1 who has got the win there. 6:05.67 the winning time, and their margin point 3.1 of a second over University of Queensland in lane 7. So lane 2, beats lane 7, and the photo for third was not quite as close, only 0.34 of a second between third and fourth place. But the bronze, as we thought, has gone to Melbourne Uni Mercantile on lane number 3, just ahead of Sydney Rowing Club lane 4. So yeah, 0.31 of a second first to second, 0.34 of a second third to fourth. Such small margins here between the gold and, in this case, the bronze medal as well. Just remarkable.
It was a very, very tight race, and it's worthwhile pointing out as well, there's not actually a row of boys at the finish, the way that we see that at Cirque.
Yep, no, exactly right. The finish kept clear, of course, for the photo finish operator to get a good view, which they've just had to do to determine the winners there. And I think we're ready for our next presentation. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Mick Casey, Rowing Australia Councillor and Rowing Tasmania Director. Third place and bronze medalists, Sydney Rowing Club, Georgia Montague, Nicole Vance, Ella Spalding, and Lila Anderton, who is coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Second place and silver medalists from the Sydney University and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Imogen Nation, Olivia Natty, Anna Morrison, and Tiffany Bopa. Our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, the Sydney and Sydney University rowing clubs, Talisa Noak Driver, Stephanie Preller, Remy Mackay, and Laura Seifer. Crew is coached by Lachlan Carter, Florence Griffiths, and Alfie Young. Please congratulate all of our medalists in the Under-23 Women's Coxless 4.
So we move back to the action in the open women's double scull, and it might well be a second Seifer gold, because it is Grace Seifer and Catherine Kahn from Sydney Rowing Club and the Australian National University who have the lead now coming into the final 250 metres. Over on the far side of the course, Freya Axton and Sophie Reiner from Mercantile sitting in second place. They are making up a bit of ground though in the final stages. It is also ANU sitting in third place, Laura Kelly and Hannah Tippett, coached by Nigel Harding. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. It is a bit of a gap back then to the Tasmania University crew of Jane Hilliard and Kate Oliver. Fremantle's Clements, Lucas Roast and Holly Cannon, and then Adelaide Rowing Club's Hannah Cloughton and Victoria Seidel in behind them. So coming up towards the finish line, it's a big push coming here from Mercantile, Axton and Reiner. Are they able to make up the ground over the final stages? It's still Seifer and Kahn into the final stages now. It is one of the smaller doubles out there. They're being pushed by Mercantile over on the far side. ANU sitting in third place. It could be Sydney and ANU winning gold and then ANU winning bronze. It is going to be Seifer and Kahn, who are the 2025 Australian Open Women Double Scull champions. They'll take the gold. Second place will go to Mercantile, Freya Axton and Sophie Reiner. And third will go to the girls from Sullivan's Creek, ANU's Laura Kelly and Hannah Tippett, taking the bronze ahead of Fremantle, Clements, Lucas Roast and Holly Cannon back in fourth place. Coming through in fifth will be the crew from Tasmania University, Jane Hilliard and Kate Oliver, ahead of Adelaide Rowing Club's Hannah Cloughton and Victoria Seidel.
So the second race in a row that our top two have actually come from the extremities of the course. Of course, in these smaller events with no heat required, they can come from anywhere. And it was lanes 2 and 7 in that race. First place to lane 2, Grace Cypher, Sydney Rowing Club, Catherine Carner, the ANU. And second to Mercantile, Freya Axton and Sophie Reiner. Third to ANU again, Laura Kelly and Hannah Tippett. So a great race there in the Open Women's Double Scull final. And the unofficial winning time there, 7:18.62, 4.41 seconds now. The adjusted margin back to Mercantile in second place. The presentation of medals for the under-23 men's coxless 4 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Craig James, OAM, Rowing Australia Life member and Rowing Western Australia counsellor. Third place and bronze medalists from the Melbourne University and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Jake Polkinghorn, James Horton, Tom Foley, and Winston Hooper. Second place and silver medalists, University of Queensland Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, Monty Martin. Alec Hoskin. Andrew Waitman. And Lex Tucker, who was coached by Randall Martin, Lachlan Johnson and Shane Mulvaney. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, representing UTS Haberfield and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Oliver Scalzo, Mackenzie Thompson, Joe Lynch, and Joshua Wilson. Who was coached by Matthias Ugermuck and Nick Floyd. Please congratulate all of our medalists in the under-23 men's coxless 4. We go back out to racing on the course now. It is the Open Men's Double Scull race 432. Banks Rowing Club in lane number 1, Nick Ziggler and James Meads. Army Rowing Node India in lanes 2 and 3 here. Lane 2, Karamit Singh and Arvind Singh. Lane 3, Salman Khan and Balraj Panwar. Mercantile Adelaide Uni in lane 4, Nick Blackman and Dom Frederico. Adelaide Rowing Club lane 5, Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness. Surface Paradise ANU in lane 6, Hamish Harding and Jackson Free. Army Rowing Node India again in lane 7, Kulwinder Singh and Jaspinder Singh. And Melbourne University UTS Haberfield in lane number 8, it's Sam Green and Joel Kane. And we'll have a change in commentary for the next 45 minutes or so of racing at least. I'll hand you over to Chris McCarthy and Ben Homer.
Thank you, Richard. It's been a thrilling morning watching from around the boat park as a little bit of a tail breeze starts to whip up here. I think still in the helpful category as we were discussing yesterday, but a very interesting race underway here in the Open Men's Double Scull. We saw a bit of a shake-up of the order in Open Men's Sculling yesterday in the single sculls with Mitchell Reinhardt, Oscar McGuinness, Nick Blackman, Dom Frederico, that South Australian sculling squad with some great results. So it was Oscar McGuinness yesterday who took the win in the Open Men's Single Scull. in a fantastic race where he just edged out Dom Frederico for the silver, and it was Hamish Harding for the bronze. And as we ride on board there with Blackman and Frederico, who are currently running third, but only by the narrowest of margins over there on station 4. Might even be up into second at this point, but no doubt about our current race leaders, Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness in lane 5 in the red, yellow and black of Adelaide Rowing Club. The two former lightweights who have both managed the transition up to heavyweight with remarkable success thus far, and now leading this open men's double scull from Hamish Harding and Jackson Free. Harding, the bronze medalist yesterday in the single, the Australian Capital Territorian, and Jackson Free, the big Queenslander, five-time Queensland state champion in the single scull, and I think was 5th yesterday in a very competitive open men's single race, with Blackman and Frederico currently running third. Those top 3 likely to make up our podium, but the 2 Army Rowing Node India crews, the 1 and 3 from Khan and Panwa running 4th, and then some way back to their colleagues in lane 2 running 5th place, as we welcome Ben Homer, fresh off a great heat in his club double yesterday. How's the course out there?
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, well, yesterday it was pretty quick, so that was pretty nice yesterday afternoon, and looks like magnificent conditions this morning. Though, just getting a little bit of breeze up when I was driving down. It looked absolutely dead flat and glassy, but just getting a little bit of breeze, and you'd probably expect these two, who I expected to win the New South Wales state title as well, but they actually scratched from the final. They were absolutely lightning in the heat, and you can understand why when you've got the Australian champion in the single, and the 5th place getter in the single in Reinhardt. McGuinness winning silver in this event last year with Caleb Antill. They actually rode with different partners last year. Reinhardt was with Harry Glack, and they finished 4th, and McGuinness was with Antill. So obviously in the Olympic year, that was the reason why a few different crews. We're going to see some interesting combinations coming up in the coming races. Maybe a bit of a change in the guard this year after the Olympic Games. Yeah, certainly, with a few departing the sport. The 2 that you just mentioned earlier, Glacken and Anthill, both moving on to newer pastures. But it is this combination from Adelaide who the favourites coming into this race, McGuinness and Reinhardt, who have had an absolutely spectacular regatta. The top 3 in the open single yesterday, all former lightweight athletes, with McGuinness, Frederico and Harding. Mitch Reinhardt just off that podium, also a former lightweight athlete. So as Richard Dorstein once again laughs at the term former lightweight, but they all did certainly used to row in the lightweight category. Good race for second coming up here as the crew nearest, or second nearest to the camera there in lane... the crew in lane 4, the Mercantile Adelaide Uni crew, Blackman and Frederico, just start to move out on Harding and Free. They've been locked in a battle the entire way down the course, and now with 200 metres left to row, I don't think anyone's going to catch the South Australians here. The 2 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness, will add another gold medal to an already very successful regatta for that club from South Australia. And I don't think Harding and Free have any response here, but Blackman and Frederico really coming home strong in the closing stages of this race. I think they'll run out of racetrack here in their pursuit of the South Australians in lane 5. And all the way win here for Adelaide Rowing Club, Oscar McGuinness and Mitchell Reinhardt, national champions in the open men's double scull. A quick finish for Blackman and Reinhardt in second. The Indians challenging for the last spot on the podium, but it will be Hamish Harding and Jackson Free for the bronze medal. First of the Army Rowing Node India crews in 4th, second of the Army Rowing Node India crews in 5th, third of the Army Rowing Node India crews in 6th place rather, and Banks Rowing Club in 7th. The UTS Melbourne Uni crew on the far side of the course there, rounding out this field. So just confirming that time, Adelaide in 6:22.02 unofficially from Mercantile Adelaide Uni and Surfers Paradise ANU with the bronze medal in the open men's double. So McGuinness upgrading on that silver last year in this event. Reinhardt 4th place in 2024, grabbing a gold medal in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Andrew Gearan OAM, Rowing Australia Life member. Third place and bronze medalist representing ANU, Alora Kelly and Hannah Tippett, coached by Nigel Harding. Second place and silver medalist representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Freya Axton and Sophie Reiner, coached by Nick Lloyd and Peter Somerville. And your gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025 from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cypher, and from ANU, Catherine Kahn. Coached by Nigel Harding and Lachlan Carter. Please congratulate our medalists and Australian champions in the Open Women's Double Scull.
With that win in the Open Men's Double from Adelaide, actually promotes Adelaide Rowing Club up to second on the medal tally, with UTS starting to run away with things here. With a couple of fantastic results in the under 23-4 in particular. But still plenty to play for. The 8th races tomorrow. It'll be very, very interesting.
Well, some clubs, Chris, are just happy to get 0.25 of a medal, or what is it, 125 on the on the medal tally. Some obviously very happy with, well, unhappy if they're not in the top 5. Alrighty, so let's go down to the start for the Open Women's Coxless 4. This is for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy, and we've got the Uni of Queensland in lane 2, Uni of WA, UTS, Adelaide, Swan River Composite in lane 3, Melbourne University NTC Composite, as is the lane 3 crew in lane 4. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 6, Sydney University. And what I can tell you about this one, Chris, last year Stefan, Cox, Morrison and Barr were the Australian champions. That was a Mercantile MUBC University of WA Boat Club composite. So Lucy Stefan this year in the boat with Gleeson, Lavery and Foley. And Cox is in the boat with Rowe, Bramwell and Swick. Now, Rowe winning silver in this event last year, Swick winning bronze. Can they get a little upgrade here? We'll wait and see. But right now they're sitting in first place through the early stages of the race as we take a little peek at the far side of the course, Sydney and Sydney University.
Yeah, some interesting matchups here with the 2 NTC crews in 3 and 4, and then the 2 non-NTC crews but Soul Club combinations from Sydney in 5 and Sydney Uni over in lane 6. You would expect the crew that has just currently broken out a bit of clear water over the rest of the field. The Melbourne Uni NTC composite crew there that we can see on the right-hand side of your picture, or rather the University of WA composite on the right of your picture, with Bronwyn Cox up in the bow seat. Georgie Rowe looks to be in the 3 seat on the water there, who's just won her first national championship in the Open Women's Pair. Not her first national championship, but the first one in the Open Women's Pair, I do believe, alongside Emmy Frederico yesterday, as well as Ella Bramwell, another Adelaide Rowing Club member, possibly looking to add 0.25 of a gold medal to their tally.
Well, yeah, 0.25. It really adds up. You get a few of those, and all of a sudden you're getting yourself nice and high up that medal chart.
Yeah, exactly. So it is that NTC crew with Jackie Swick from the Swan River Rowing Club in there as well. Bronwyn Cox in the bow seat, taking a year away from the National Training Centre, I believe, but jumping into this crew, as is Lucy Stefan in the other National Training Centre crew. take a year off, but joined in there by Georgie Gleeson, Zara Lavery and Laura Foley, the sole Melbourne University Boat Club crew or the single club crew rather, in lane 4, who are currently running in 3rd place, or were at the 500 metre mark, as we ride on board with our top 4 there, with the green deck, the green and gold on the top of that Empacker shell, who are leading this race. And an interesting race for second now between the sole Sydney Rowing Club crew, Isabella Farah and Caitlin McManus Barrett, Sophie Barr and Isabel Scammell. Bella Scammell and Sophie Barr, bronze in the 23 women's pair yesterday in what was a very, very tight finish. McManus Barrett 4th in the open pair yesterday, who was a silver medal in the under 23 4 alongside Scammell last year. Isabel Farah in the bow seat of that boat, silver medalist in the coxed 4 at the Junior World Championships back in 2018, and now the vice captain of Sydney Rowing Club, in fact. And that Sydney crew leading by a canvas over Melbourne University Boat Club through the about almost on the 1,250 metre mark there.
Would you be surprised if Sydney beat the NTC crew, Chris?
Well, this Melbourne Uni crew isn't solely NTC. We've just got Georgie Gleeson in there, who's at the NTC, the other 3 away from the centre this year. So I think a reasonably evenly matched crew combinations actually between this Sydney and this Melbourne University boat. So it'd be interesting to see maybe a little bit more experience in the Melbourne University crew with Olympic gold medalist Lucy Steffen.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. So last year's crew, obviously, there's a number of them out there. I think 3 of the 4 out there today. Different crews. Reason for that?
I think just different combinations at the National Training Centre. As you said earlier, a changing of the guard at the centres with a small group. We had James Harris, the Women's National Training Centre head coach, on an interview earlier in the week, who said that they're looking at quality over quantity at this stage of the Olympic cycle. So a smaller group, some reshuffled combinations, as Melbourne University mount a charge now as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. So we'll see that net margin narrow. No doubt about our race leaders, the National Training Centre combination of Jackie Swick, Ella Bramwell, Georgie Rowe and Bronwyn Cox. Sydney still in second, and I think the margin was less than that. It says 1.06 of a second, but less than half a canvas for Sydney Rowing Club over Melbourne University. We've seen this sort of match up before. I think last year in the Elite Women's 8 at the New South Wales State Championship, which I reckon almost all 8 of those girls across those 2 crews were in. We had the Sydney crew led them out hard, and then Lucy Steffen in the Melbourne Uni crew brought them home strong, as she's done so many times for Victoria in the Queen's Cup in recent years. And this almost a little bit of a preview for that. McManus Barrett and Scammell in the Queen's Cup, all 4 of those Melbourne Uni girls racing in the Queen's Cup on Sunday. So certainly an exciting race to look forward to. And it is Melbourne University through the 1,750 metre mark who have the momentum. They're the quicker moving crew on the course at the moment, and opening up almost a canvas lead in the last 250 metres of the course. A National Training Centre combination there on the in the picture at the moment. Bronwyn Cox in the bow seat, Ella Bramwell in the 2 seat, Georgie Rowe in the 3 seat, Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club stroking this crew on their way to victory. It will be a national title for the Herald and Weekly Times trophy here in the Open Women's Coxless 4. Melbourne University Boat Club just almost steering out of their lane there, but with half a boat length up on the All Sydney Rowing Club crew. The experience there of the Melbourne University crew prevailing in the end. It'll be the National Training Centre combination for the gold medal. Melbourne University for the silver, almost a length in the end over Sydney Rowing Club for the bronze. Sydney University Boat Club crew, we haven't really spoken about them too much, but Taylor Caudle, Zara Collison, India Hobbs and Aisling Hayes outside the medals in 4th place. And the University of Queensland on the near side in 5th.
So just confirming the unofficial time for that Uni of WA UTS Adelaide Swan River Composite, 6:33.41, the Australian champions from Melbourne University, that NTC crew in silver, and Sydney Rowing Club, the bronze medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals to the Open Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Andrew Gearan, OAM, Rowing Australia Life member. Third place and bronze medalist representing ANU, Hamish Harding. And from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Jackson Free. Coached by Tom Westgarth and Marcus Free. Second place and silver medalist from Adelaide University, Nick Blackman. And from Mercantile, Dom Frederico. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Mitchell Reinhardt and Oscar McGuinness, coached by Nicholas Mitchell. Please congratulate our medalists and Australian champions in the Open Men's Double Scull. Alrighty, we'll go back down to the start, and we have the Open Men's Coxless 4 just about to begin here on day 5 of the Australian Rowing Championships. We've got this race for the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy, and in lane 2, North-Est, lane 3, Mercantile Melbourne University Composite, the Canned Uni of Queensland Composite in lane 4, Army Rowing Node India in 5, in lane 6, Canned and Sydney Composite, and in lane 7, West Australian Rowing Club, Fremantle and Uni of WA. And we've got a scratching, so no Army Rowing Node in India. And the defending champions in this one, Hargraves, Purnell, Dawson, O'Brien, the Sydney Uni Boat Club Adelaide Composite. And this is where we were chatting a little bit before about a changing of the guard. This is the race where you really can see a big changing of the guard. Whitcomb winning silver last year with Canham, Turren and Hicks. And Hamilton bronze last year with Robertson, Masters and Hill. So a fair bit of change in this race. So we're going to get some new Australian champions, which is exciting.
Yeah, that defending champion pair, that's all 4 of them taking at least a year off. Alex Purnell actually getting married tomorrow. So
I know a few people are actually going to the wedding. They're flying up and then flying back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I think pretty much everyone in that crew probably would be. And Angus Dawson back to university at the University of California, Berkeley. Has the distinguished privilege of having been to 2 Olympic Games, and still another year of racing at the IRAs for Cal Berkeley, which is interesting. But one primarily National Training Centre combination, one with just one member of the National Training Centre in it. So our races are likely to be between the crews in lane 3 and lane 6, as it is already at about the 600 metre mark at the moment. So the Melbourne Uni Mercantile crew in lane 3 is Nick Smith from Melbourne Uni, Austin Reinhardt from Mercs, Angus Whitcomb from Mercantile, and Fergus Hamilton also of Mercantile. It's Fergus Hamilton and Nick Smith and Austin Reiner currently at the National Training Centre. Angus Whitcomb enjoying a year off, but we'll be back in the King's Cup on Sunday. You can see him there in the 2 seat. And some success already for that crew this week, as Nick Smith and Austin Reiner 3rd in the Open Men's pair yesterday. Fergus Hamilton combined with Nick Pender to take the win in that event. And the horsepower of Angus Whitcomb there in the 2-seat to help them overcome this canned composite in lane 6, which is a fairly young combination. Half of the under-23 from the World Championships last year that took a silver medal. That's Mitch Salisbury and Miller Rowe. Mitch Salisbury currently training at the National Training Centre. Darcy Water and Miles Harold from the under-23 coxed 4 that placed 5th, I believe, at that World Championships. The canned and the Sydney Rowing Club athletes respectively, as we get a great picture here of the leading crew, the Victorians in lane 3, who almost a boat length now back to the canned crew over on the far side of the course. And it will be a lot of work for these young blokes on the far side to catch up to them. Right on board there with the canned composite in lane 4. So Tom Coates from Cairn there in the stroke seat, I believe. Jonathan Disvick from University of Queensland in the bow seat. Mackenzie Branch, Jack Gilmore from Cairn joining them. A primarily club combination, and just trailing North Esk, who are currently sitting in 3rd place. That's Carl Breyer, Matt Dickenberg, Rowan Fenner and Jack Barrett. And I think those 4 possibly competing in the Club 4 on Sunday as well, or a very similar 4 as well. They were Tasmanian state champions in the Open 4, I do believe, as our Victorian combination stride out to a little bit of clear water over the Cairn Sydney crew, and then clear water back to the North Esk crew on the bottom of your picture.
Yeah, so it looks like the 3 boats that are on the podium are almost sorted at this point at the 1K mark of this race. The locals sitting there comfortably in the bronze medal position. They've got an almost 8-second lead back to the canned Uni of Queensland composite crew. But out in front, Mercantile Melbourne Uni composite, 2:58.84 through the first 1K. Cairn Sydney NTC crew in lane 6 there, sitting in 2nd. Can they pull back this margin? This is going to be interesting, Chris. It's almost 4 seconds, 500 metres. It's a big ask. Yeah, absolutely. And looking every bit the chance to go under 6 minutes here in the Open Men's 4. So some pretty quick times in the under-23 4s earlier, around the 6:04, I think the winning UTS crew was, and the composite crew that was right next to them, the University of Queensland crew, only was a photo finish in the end in that race. So the Open 4's looking every bit chance of going a little bit quicker. 4:29 through the 1500 is still on under 6 minute pace. As we see the backs of the canned crew with Sydney Rowing Club's Miles Harold in the bow seat, formerly of Nepean Rowing Club, and still does a lot of coaching and a lot of involvement out there at that club on the banks of the Nepean River, across from the Women's National Training Centre. This Victorian combination here, a very, very classy unit, and as we'd expect, Angus Whitcomb in the 2-seat there. Return to racing for him at this championships, and it's looking like it's going to be a national championship in the Open Men's coxless 4. The canned and Sydney crew coming back on them a little bit in the closing stages, but too little, too late. In the last few strokes of this race, the Open Men's coxless 4 will go to the Melbourne Union Mercantile Composite crew for the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. Just sneaking under 6 minutes there. Canned and Sydney in 2nd for the silver, and as it's been the whole way down the course, the solely North Esk crew, 1 club crew there in the bronze medal position. And look at the celebration as well from the North Esk crew, getting up on the podium of the Open Men's coxless 4. Camden UQ will finish just off the podium in 4th, and then on the far side there, the West Australian Rowing Club composite in 5th place. Gee, those celebrations still continuing for North Esk here. They know this course extremely well here at Lake Barrington. Raced that superbly. They are onto the podium, a bronze medal. But the Australian champions, the Mercantile Melbourne University composite. So Whitcomb getting an upgrade from silver last year to gold, and Fergus Hamilton bronze last year. Also top step of the podium. 5:59.71, the unofficial time under the 6 minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Herald and Weekly Times trophy for the Open Women's Coxless 4. The medals and trophy will be presented by Andrew Gearan, OAM, Rowing Australia Life member. Third place and bronze medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Furrer, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Sophie Barr and Isabella Scammell, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Second place and silver medalist representing Melbourne University, Georgie Gleeson, Zara Lavery, Laura Foley and Lucy Steffen. And your gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025 from Swan River Rowing Club, Jackie Swick, from Adelaide Rowing Club, Ella Bramwell, from UTS, Georgie trophy. Please. So now to the start of the under-23 lightweight women's double. Last year won by Paige and Cypher. And we have got an intriguing race, this one, Chris. We've got Mirabelli and Spano. Mirabelli winning the under-21 lightweight single gold. Spano was in the B final in that event. Bit of a surprise, but they're going to be a strong combination. Annabelle McKenzie, who won Newcastle Grammar's first non-composite medal at Nationals since 2018. She's in the boat with O'Toole, who won the silver medal in that same event. And then we have Victoria Binns, under-21 lightweight single. She finished fourth. And Neve Tierney, who scratched from the under-21 race, she went on and won bronze in the under-23 lightweight race. So keep an eye out for those crews. I'll just run through the rest of the field. So Black Mountain Composite in lane 1, Banks Adelaide Composite in 2, Walford Anglican and Cairn Composite in 3, the Banks Essendon Composite in 4, Toowong Newcastle Grammar Composite in 5, Sydney Rowing Club Composite in 6, Tasmania University and Banks Composite in 7, UTS Uni of WA Composite in 8. So yeah, there's a lot of composites in this race, as you will be able to tell. And early doors here, you would probably say the favourites coming into this one, Mirabelli and Spano, who I mentioned before. Mirabelli, the lightweight single gold medalist in the under-21 event. And they are leading from Newcastle Grammar and Toowong. McKenzie, the bronze medalist in the under-21 event. O'Toole, the silver medalist. So that's a pretty strong combination as well. But I would point you as well to the crew in lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Binns and Tierney. They are going to be there and thereabouts as well. You would expect, but through the first 500, we're getting split through that they're in 5th, but I wouldn't read too much into that because it's very, very tight. And yeah, it's a lightweight race.
Lightweight race, guaranteed you're going to have lots of composites and tight margins. And this under-23 lightweight double already delivering on both fronts. As you mentioned, Mirabelli there in the black and red of Essendon, Francesca Spano in the pink of Banks, leading this race. They were the fastest qualifiers through in the heat. Just behind them was that Sydney crew of Tierney and Binns. And then in the other heat, as you mentioned, Annabelle McKenzie, the great bronze medal in the single, Alice O'Toole with a silver in that event. They were quickest in that first heat. The Walford Anglican and Canned crew, which are currently running fourth, Campbell and Masters, they also qualified directly through to the final. So this crew, you can see on the far side of the course, it's doing reasonably well. Or the Banks Adelaide crew that's doing reasonably well, having raced the Repechage to be sitting up in second place now in Station 2. That's Lulu Colgrave and Ellie Brennan, the crew that we can see on the picture there. So they had to come through the Repechage, an extra race under the legs, but now threatening three crews who went directly through to the final. You can see the third, fourth and fifth place crews all didn't have to race that extra race. So possibly the Banks Adelaide combination there, getting a few learnings, a few improvements out of that extra race, but not looking likely to challenge Alyssa Mirabelli and Francesca Spano at this stage of the race. Through the 1,000-metre mark, 3.5 seconds in front. Lulu Colgrave and Ellie Brennan in second. Toowong, Newcastle Grammar, McKenzie and O'Toole in third. And Victoria Binns, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club back in fourth place with a little bit of work to do if they want to find themselves on the presentation dais in about 10 minutes' time. Conditions just maybe getting a little bit quicker as we progress through the morning sessions. So it's certainly a tailwind at the moment, just a gentle tailwind. Don't think it'd be upsetting anyone, just adding a little bit of extra boat speed at this stage. But we're known for seeing close finishes in these lightweight events. We're known for seeing close finishes in tailwind conditions. So I think we could be on for seeing a pretty close battle for that last spot on the podium here, Ben.
Well, I know you're keeping an eye on that yellow boat. Well, I am as well, because I think they're a crew that is going to come home very strong here at the back end. Tierney in the boat there with Victoria Binns. As I said, Binns fourth place in the under-21 lightweight single, and Tierney bronze in the under-23 event. So I'd be surprised if they weren't at least challenging for the podium at the back end of this race. As we mentioned, the crew out in front, Mirabelli and Spano, but Colgrave and Brennan, as you said, had to come through the Repechage to work their way into this event. So this is a wonderful performance from them, sitting in the silver medal position. But this is the very interesting part of the race. The last 500 metres, can they hang on to that silver medal position? Banks and Adelaide have about a 3-second gap. Then it's back to Toowong, Newcastle Grammar. How is this split here? It's about 3 seconds to Walford Anglican and Cairns. Sydney Rowing Club back in fifth.
Yeah, it's a tight battle for that fourth and fifth, but it's a little way off the medals at this stage. A lot of work to do if the Walford Anglican Cairns crew or the Sydney Rowing Club crew want to find themselves on the podium. But Colgrave and Brennan, Banks and Adelaide, they've actually narrowed that gap. They've taken almost a second out of Mirabelli and Spano in the third 500 metres of this race. So clearly with a little bit of momentum on the near side of the course, the crew on the bottom of your picture there, although I think Mirabelli and Spano have responded now and just taken back a little bit more clear water in the closing stages of this race. Almost a bit over 250 metres to go there. And see Alyssa Mirabelli in the bow seat, the colours shared by the Essendon Football Club. And the pink of Banks, that has so many lightweight athletes at this event, and we'll see pretty much all of them in action in the inaugural running of the Open Lightweight Women's 8 just before the very short lunch break today. But Toowong and Newcastle Grammar there, McKenzie and O'Toole, second and third, or third and second in the 21 lightweight single earlier on in the week yesterday. Currently running in third place as that Sydney Rowing Club crew with designs on a podium, but a lot of work to do in the closing stages here. I don't think our top three are going to have any trouble in the closing stages here. The order that they've come into the last 500 looks to be the order. They're going to cross the line. So very sedate in by lightweight racing standards. But that's been the way that Alyssa Mirabelli's enjoyed the regatta thus far, with pretty significant margins. And she takes yet another national championship alongside Francesca Spano of Banks here in the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. Adelaide and Banks, after rowing the repechage, take a great silver medal. And Toowong and Newcastle, Alice O'Toole and Annabelle McKenzie both add another medal to their collection here at the Australian Rowing Championships. Sydney Rowing Clubs, Binns and Tierney moving through the Walford Anglican and Canned Composite to finish 4th. At South Australian Queensland crew in 5th. And UTS Haberfield, University of WA, Esseltine and Berritree in 6th. Black Mountain ANU in 7th. And Tasmania University 8th. Rounding out this field in 8th place.
So unofficial time for the Banks Essendon Composite, 7:31.76. The Banks Adelaide Composite crew with the silver medal in this one, and Toowong Newcastle Grammar 4 seconds further back with the bronze medal. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Andrew Gearan, OAM, Rowing Australia Life member. Third place, and bronze medalist from North Esk Rowing Club, Carl Breyer, Matt Dickenberg, Rowan Fenner and Jack Barrett, coached by Dion Birtwistle and Trevor Barrett. Second place, and silver medalist from Sydney Rowing Club, Miles Harold, from Cairns Rowing Club, Miller Rowe, Darcy Water and Mitch Salisbury. And your gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, winners of the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. From Melbourne University Boat Club, Nick Smith. From Mercantile, Austin Reiner, Angus Whitcomb and Fergus Hamilton. Coached by Nick Lloyd. Now the presentation of the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy for the Mercantile Melbourne University Composite. Please congratulate all our medalists and Australian champions, the winners of the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy in the Open Men's Coxless 4. And off we fly back to this under-23 lightweight men's double sculls. The winners last year, Dean and Birtwistle. I can tell you that we've got a scratching in lane 1. Street and Bromley from Uni of WA are out. So it's UTS Haberfield, Mather and Bosco in 2. Mackay and Worm, the Adelaide University Composite in 3. Dimmock and Purdy, Hunter Valley Grammar, Kinross Wallaroi Composite in 4. We've got Jacob Cassie from Fremantle, Oscar Birtwistle from North Esk, that composite crew in lane 5. The Uni of Queensland Sydney Uni Composite in 6, Riley Williams from UQ and William Gregory from SUBC. Black Mountain Rowing Club in 7, Bowditch and Rickard, and Townsville and James Cook Uni Rowing Club, Talbot and Talbot in lane 8. So as I said, it was Oscar Birtwistle winning last year with Laurie Dean, who we're going to see a little bit later on in the Open event. And he is with Cassie this year, who was bronze medalist in the under-23 lightweight single. Very strong boats here. So we've got Mather and Bosco, who won the under-23 lightweight pair. Worm was a silver medalist in the under-23 single. He's with Mackay, who is 7th in that event. Luke Purdy won gold in the under-19 double this morning. Dimmock silver in the under-21 lightweight single. And Williams was 4th in the under-23 lightweight single. Will Gregory 5th. So you've got strength everywhere you look there. Probably the combinations that are going to be battling it out for the medals through the first 500. Oscar Birtwistle, this is the 1,000 splits we're getting that, and they are still leading from the Hunter Valley Grammar composite with Kinross Wallaroi. So Cassie, as I mentioned, bronze in the under-23 lightweight single. Birtwistle winning this event last year, so very, very strong combination. You'd probably say coming in as favourites. Dimmock and Purdy, a little bit younger combination. Very strong as well. We know Luke Purdy, part of the Penrith Cup crew for New South Wales, and gold medalist a little bit earlier this morning, Chris. So it's going to be interesting. It's been a good little period for the CDRA region up north. And a
very happy Nova Castrian in the commentary box next to me, that's for sure. But yeah, Oscar Birtwistle defending champion in this event and finding a new doubles partner in the form of bronze medalist in the single, Jacob Cassie, and doing very well indeed, leading by almost a little bit of clear water now over a very closely matched pack of 3 crews that are chasing. In lane 4, the crew just to their right, Harry Dimmock and Luke Purdy. Dimmock bronze in the under-19 single. Purdy, one that has already taken out a national championship in a double scull this morning with Tobias Elias of Mossman Rowing Club, and is looking to make it 2 trips to the presentation dais. Hugo Worm and Jonathan Mackay over on station 3. We're just challenging for a silver at the moment. Hugo Worm was 2nd in the under-23 lightweight men's single yesterday morning, the Adelaide University sculler. Joined Jonathan Mackay from Adelaide Rowing Club, who have had a great morning thus far with a number of medals. And interestingly, on the near side of the course, and looking to be just out of things at this stage, Mather and Bosco, they won the under-23 lightweight men's pair yesterday in what was a fantastic sprint finish to take a gold medal in that event, and but now sitting about 5th in after trading 1 all for 2. Looks like the crew in lane 6, Will Gregory from Sydney Uni, Riley Williams from the University of Queensland, just dropped off in the battle for the podium positions, but the currently 2nd and 3rd placed boats of Adelaide Uni, Worm and Mackay, and then Dimmock and Purdy in 2nd. Maybe just starting to reel in our early race leaders from North Esk and Fremantle. We can see there the Tasmanian and West Australian composite now looking in danger of the young guns to their right, Dimmock and Purdy. So Harry Dimmock and Luke Purdy, both under 19 aged athletes, jumping up into this under-23 lightweight men's double and coming home very strong indeed here in the closing stages, as are Hugo Worm and Jonathan Mackay, the cross-country composite from West Australia and Tasmania. It looks like Cassie and Birtwistle, they've seen the danger here and responded. It's almost back to a boat length, their lead now, as the young guns Dimmock and Purdy trying to hold off a fast sprint from the Fremantle, or from the Adelaide Uni crew there on the near side of the course, who are coming home very strong indeed. But it is going to be as it's been all the way. Fremantle and North Esk will take the gold medal here, but the South Australians sprinting on the line. They'll come home for a silver medal here. It is the West Australian Tasmanian composite. Cassie and Birtwistle, the national champions in the under-23 lightweight men's double. A great finish from the South Australians, Worm and Mackay for silver. Dimmock and Purdy just pipped on the line there, but will collect a bronze medal, 2nd of the regatta for Harry Dimmock. Very close indeed for the minor positions. The UQ Sydney Uni crew there of Riley and Gregory, or Williams and Gregory rather, in 4th. Mather and Bosco in 5th, just narrowly ahead of Bowditch and Rickard from Black Mountain. Talbot and Talbot from Townsville JCU in 7th place.
So Burt Whistle going back-to-back in the under-23 lightweight men's double with Jacob Cassie, his crewmate this year from Fremantle Rowing Club. Adelaide Uni, the silver medalist, and Hunter Valley Grammar, Kinross Wallaroi, bronze in the under-23 lightweight men's double, unofficially. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. The medals will be presented by Niccolo Morigiovanni, Rowing Australia men's senior coach. Third place and bronze medalist representing Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie, and Toowong, Alice O'Toole. Coached by Alex Field, Brad Smith, and Jack Hanley. Silver medalist representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Lulu Colgrave, and from Banks Rowing Club, Ellie Brennan. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025. Representing Essendon Rowing Club, Alyssa Mirabelli. And from Banks, Francesca Spano, coached by Rhett Spillum. Please congratulate our medalists and Australian champions in the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. So we have the under-23 lightweight men's coxless 4, which is about to start, I believe. We're flying down through the middle of Lake Barrington. Looks as though we don't quite have a start yet. Just getting underway now. So just the 2 boats in this race. And we've got Mercantile UTS scratching. And my understanding is, we were discussing this yesterday, Chris, if there is a scratching, whether gold and silver is still handed out. Now, that was the case yesterday, so there will be a gold and silver handed out in this, in this particular race, based on what we saw yesterday, unless anything's changed. So we've got Adelaide University in lane 3, Angus Hooper, Beecher Ross, Kyle Miller, Daniel Worsimer. And in lane 4, from Uni of WA, Sam Lewis, Jed Street, Ethan Bromley, Oliver Cliff, coached by Roland Warren and Maisie Dawson. And while there's only 2 boats in the race, this actually involves the defending champions from last year. There's just one change in that Uni of WA crew who won this title in 2024 in Sydney, and it is Brace who is out. Street comes in, so that's Jed Street coming into that crew that won it last year. And last year, the silver medalists were Adelaide University. Couple of changes from that crew. That was Ross, Miller, Osborne, Worm. So Hooper and Worsimer come in for Osborne and Worm. And Worsimer silver in the under-23 lightweight men's pair, with Miller edged out by Mather and Bosco. So I believe, just having a look, coming up a little bit later. So this is going to be a very tight race. This is going to be your classic 1v1 Henley racing, I feel, between these 2 crews.
I feel like we're going to get maybe a slightly more intriguing battle than the last time we had a one-on-one lightweight race up in this commentary box yesterday in the pairs, but there's some slightly better steering going on here as well.
Which race are you talking about, Chris? We got plenty. We had plenty to discuss.
We had
That's
plenty
all I
to
can
discuss.
say.
It was good. We filled the time well. But great to see 2 single club crews. 2 club crews here in the lightweight 4s. You know, the lightweight 4s is an event with such great history. Australia's got a great history in that event, and Tasmania's got a great history in that event here on Lake Barrington, and the University of Western Australia at the top of your picture, and the Adelaide University at the bottom of your picture there, going toe-to-toe. The University of WA got out to just a slight advantage from maybe between 100 and 250 metres. So they're just sort of that opening burst of power, taking advantage in the early stages of this race, and they've just stayed at that same back canvas lead at the moment, and haven't seen a response yet from this Adelaide University crew, but I'm sure this race will be fascinating as it plays out. So this Adelaide University crew, Beecher Ross, Kyle Miller and Daniel Wiersma, members of the South Australian Penrith Cup crew. Only Angus Hooper in the bow seat isn't, because Hugo Worm, who we've just seen take a silver medal in the Adelaide Composite in the last race, will be in that boat on Sunday. And then the University of WA crew have almost a boat length lead now as they come through 1,000 metres in a reasonably quick time, it looks to be. 0.19 of a second the margin to University of WA. That's half of their Penrith Cup crew. Ethan Bromley and Oliver Cliff will put on the Yellow Zooty of Western Australia on Sunday. Bromley and Street came fourth in the under-23 coxless pair, while over in the Adelaide Uni boat, Miller and Wiersma, they took a silver medal. Just got pipped on the post by Mather and Bosco from UTS Haverfield. So the Adelaide Uni crew, or the University of WA crew, possibly trying to turn the tides here in the result from the pairs in what is going to be a great preview for the Penrith Cup race.
Well, you can't ask for much better racing than this. 0.19 at the 1K mark.
Yep. So the Adelaide Uni crew, they'll just be starting to lose sight of the University of WA crew here if they let them go any further. So it'll be really important for them to try and stay with that Felipe Chen. It looks like they're doing a good job of that, maybe just coming back now in the third 500. I'll come through the 1,500 metre mark in about 30 seconds time, and we'll see if that lead's changed, so that margin's changed at least. So University of WA, the West Australians on the right hand side of the picture were 0.19 of a second ahead at the 1,000 metre mark, and in fact, as the angles maybe just deceive us a little bit, I think they may have extended that lead just slightly, but as we've seen in lightweight racing all throughout the week, a boat length is nothing, isn't it, Ben?
No, absolutely nothing. And you just wonder, a little bit of cat and mouse can be played in these kind of events. You think about cycling on the velodrome when you have these kind of one-on-one situations. So Adelaide University, have they got a little bit more in the tank? Are they just sitting there ready to pounce here on University of WA, who, as we mentioned, they have 3 of the 4 who were part of the crew that won the Australian title in this event last year. And the last 500 metres is approaching here at the beautiful Lake Barrington. So do they have a little bit more of a push here? Adelaide University, the South Australians trying to haul back the West Australians in this last 500.
Yeah, they won't have wanted to go too early because University of WA will be able to see it coming then, but in the same regard, they can't leave it too late, because if the West Australians start their sprint before them, then they might just be caught napping there in the South Australian boat. The yellow shell on the bottom of your picture there. Looks like they've clawed back a seat or two now in the closing stages. Adelaide University, the faster moving boat on the course at the moment, but it's still 3/4 of a length to the West Australians, who have led all the way down the course. To take something special here in the last 100 metres for the South Australians to overcome this West Australian crew, who look to be just running out of gas, but I think they'll do enough to hold on here in the closing stages of this race. The South Australians throwing everything at it, but it will be the University of Western Australia, Sam Lewis, Jed Street, Ethan Bromley, Oliver Cliff, who will be national champions in the under-23 lightweight men's coxless 4. Adelaide University will secure themselves the silver medal in what was a fantastic display of lightweight match racing.
So University of West Australia do it again in 2025, winning the Australian title. And the under-23 lightweight men's coxless 4 edging out Adelaide University, who are silver medalists again this year. Presentation of medals now for the under-23 lightweight men's double scull championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Nicolo Morigiovanni, Rowing Australia men's senior coach. Third place and bronze medal From Hunter Valley Grammar School, Luke Purdy, and from Kinross Walleroy School, Harry Dimmock. Second place and silver medalist representing Adelaide University, Hugo Worm, and representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Jonathan Mackay. And your gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, representing Fremantle Rowing Club, Jacob Cassie, and North Est Rowing Club, Oscar Birtwistle, coached by Alex Thompson and Dion Birtwistle. Please congratulate our medalists and Australian champions in the under-23 lightweight men's double scull. So back to the start line we go. We have got the open lightweight women's double scull. Lane 3, ANU Banks Composite. Antonetta De Cosmo from Banks. Alexandra Moylan from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. Black Mountain Toowong Composite in lane 4, Kenzie Durbridge and Abby Richards. Durbridge from Toowong, Richards Black Mountain, coached by Alex Field and Renee Domashens. Sydney Uni Toowong Composite in 5, Power from Toowong, Teal from Sydney Uni, coached by Alex Field and Alfie Young. And Uni of WA in lane 6, Izzy Emery and Hayley Rowe, coached by Roland Warren.
And we're just getting ready at the start. So you can see there Antonetta De Cosmo and Alexandra Moylan. And then the two crews in the middle. So we've got Kenzie Durbridge from Toowong and Abby Richards with the red Zooty on the middle left. And then Jemima Powell from Toowong and Phoebe Teal from Sydney University. And they are now underway in the open women's lightweight double sculls. So quite a few lightweight events, some lightweight crew events. And then after the luncheon break, we've got, Ben, the open lightweight eights, both men's and women's, for the first time at the Australian Rowing Championships. And I know they're all very excited about getting out there.
Yeah, you don't want to miss out on those ones. 1:20 and 1:30 p.m. those ones are taking place. So looking forward to that one. Now, Stuart, just having a look at this open lightweight women's double. So I was looking back at last year's results. Very interesting. Team Vietnam won gold last year. Team Thailand silver. So we're going to get a new winner this year. I can tell you Rowe and Emery from Uni of WA, they're in lane 6. They finished 4th last year. Phoebe Teal in the middle of the course in lane 5. Gold in the under-23 lightweight women's single. Powell 4th in the open lightweight single. Moylan in this boat with De Cosmo in lane 3. She was a silver medalist in the open lightweight single. And then Durbridge and Richards, that's the Black Mountain Toowong Composite in lane 4. Durbridge 5th in the open lightweight single. Richards in 8th place. So that probably tells you it's somewhat of an even field, this, and we're getting a look at that early on.
Yeah, you can see the ANU Banks Composite out in front at the moment. And then a couple across from them, it is the Sydney University Toowong Composite that are sitting in second, just ahead of Black Mountain Toowong and then the University of Western Australia. Now, all of these rowers will be back for the lightweight eights at 1:20, but all of these rowers will be back on Sunday in the lightweight interstate. So that is the Victoria Cup for the women's lightweight quads. And we've actually got a full field of all 7 states and territories represented in the lightweight events. So for the ACT in this race, we've got Alex Moylan in lane 3 and Abby Richards in lane 4. The Victorians represented by Antionetta De Cosmo from Banks Rowing Club. Queensland represented there by Jemima Powell from Toowong and Kenzie Durbridge from Toowong. WA represented by Izzy Emery and Hayley Rowe, and Phoebe Teal rowing for Sydney University here, but you can see her on the screen at the moment, but she will be representing the Apple Isle, Tasmania, in the interstate. So a little bit of a preview, except for the fact that they're all very much mixed up around here. It's Alex Moylan, former Australian junior representative, Ant De Cosmo in the Banks Zooty, that lovely pink Banks Zooty. I actually highly rate that particular Zooty. And you can see them on the screen. There are our race leaders here in the Open Women's Lightweight Double Sculls. You can see off in the background there the crew in lane number 5. That's Jemima Powell from Toowong and Phoebe Teal from Sydney University, just making up a little bit of ground with the crew from Black Mountain and Toowong, Kenzie Durbridge and Abby Richards in third place ahead of Izzy Emery and Hayley Rowe from the University of Western Australia. You can see there Richards and Durbridge, they were just on the screen. So still De Cosmo and Moylan out in front, the University of WA just disappearing behind the umpire's boat there. And it is nice and even now through the 1,000 metres. It was Moylan and De Cosmo through the early stages, but now Durbridge and, Powell and Teal moving up close through the second 500.
Yeah, so well, this is going to be a fantastic finish. As you mentioned, Phoebe Teal from Buckingham Rowing Club in Hobart, and as you said, rowing for Tassie. Why wouldn't you if you're from Tasmania? I feel like it's similar to Newcastle. You know, you've got that when you're from a smaller part of Australia, you're very proud of where you come from. Sometimes in the big cities it can get a little bit lost. Is that fair, Stuart?
Well, look, I'm from Queensland. I think anyone from north of the border tends to be very parochial.
Yeah, I'm talking more Sydney, Melbourne. I feel like, yeah, Queensland definitely. There's no doubt you're extremely proud of that part of the world. As
are the West Australians, for that matter. We're just seeing through 1250, it is that crew of Powell and Teal who have moved up into the lead ahead of De Cosmo and Moylan. Then back to Durbridge and Richards, and then Emery and Rowe towards the back of the field through 1,250 metres.
So you can see that crew back in fourth in Emery and Rowe. They were at fourth in this event last year, so it looks as though that may happen for them again this year, unfortunately missing out on the podium. So Durbridge and Richards missed out on the medals in the open lightweight single. Durbridge 5th, Richards 8th, so sitting nicely for a bronze medal here. But this ANU Banks composite, they were leading for most part of the first 1,000 metres, but Teal and Powell are rowing themselves into a nice position here heading into the last 500 metres. And I can't speak for being on the water right now, Stuart, but I know definitely yesterday the best part of the water is probably the first sort of 1K 1,500. The last 500, it's very difficult. While it's not as choppy now as it was, it's a little bit harder because the water is a little bit messy. So a 3-second gap is almost worth a little bit more.
Yeah, look, and I wonder whether or not that's just because it narrows down here towards the finish. You've got it a lot wider, so the wind's got a little bit further to spread out if it's a head or a tail, but then coming towards the finish line, particularly if it's a headwind, so you can get a little bit grotty as you come down towards that last 500 metres or so.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. You should be a meteorologist with knowledge of that. I think it's good. Yeah, it's the funnel effect, isn't it? Straight down.
That's
Lake
probably
Barrington.
a much more technical term than grotty.
Well, there's certainly nothing grotty about this crew. They're absolutely outstanding out in front. Phoebe Teal and Jemima Powell. Toowong Sculler, you can see there in the bow seat. Phoebe Teal stroking this superbly and looking to win another medal, another gold medal at this Australian Championships in 2025. It does look like it's going to be a tough ask for the ANU composite crew.
Yeah, De Cosmo and Moylan with a fair amount to do over the last 150 metres or so. They led through the first 500, but this composite of Jemima Powell and Phoebe Teal, and it does set up both Queensland and Tasmania nicely for the interstate. I don't know exactly who my favourites are in that particular event, but it is going to be very close and very exciting. Coming up to the finish line now, it is going to be a win for Jemima Powell from Toowong Rowing Club and Phoebe Teal from Sydney University. They'll take the W in the open women's lightweight double sculls ahead of Antionetta de Cosmo and Alexandra Moylan in second place. Coming through in third, it will be the Black Mountain Toowong composite of Kenzie Durbridge and Abby Richards ahead of the University of WA crew of Izzy Emery and Hayley Rowe. A winning time there of 7 minutes 19.25 and about a 3-second gap back to second.
So just confirming unofficially, Sydney Uni Toowong, the Australian champions. In the open lightweight women's double scull, Jemima Powell from Toowong, Phoebe Teal from Sydney Uni, De Cosmo and Moylan silver medalists, and Black Mountain Toowong, Durbridge and Richards bronze, fourth to the Uni of WA. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's coxless 4. The medals will be presented by Nicolo Morigiovanni, Rowing Australia men's senior head coach. And your gold medalists and Australian champions from the University of WA, Jed Street, Ethan Bromley, Oliver Cliff and Jacob Sangster, coached by Roland Warren and Maisie Dawson. Please congratulate our Australian champions in the under-23 lightweight men's coxless 4.
And we are getting ready for the open lightweight men's double sculls. This is for the Lucerne Cup. We've got 6 crews across the course. In lane number 2 from North Esk and Tasmania University, in the foreground of the screen, we have Angus Painter from Tasmania University and Laurie Dean from North Esk. They're coached by Jacob Crow, Dion Birtwhistle and Trevor Barrett. In lane 3 from Nepean and Swan River Rowing Clubs, Michael Orton and Jason Waddell, coached by Mark Beer and Daniel Waddell. Lane 4 from Barwon and Mercantile, Jordan Roberts and Thomas Hastings. In lane 5 from Army Rowing Node India, Nitin Diol and Rohit. In lane 6 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Remy Keats and Jack Hanley. And lane 7 from the Army Rowing Node India, AJ Tyagi and Ujwal Kumar Singh. So Ben, in this race, we saw yesterday, we heard that Newcastle haven't had a non-composite medal at the Australian Rowing Championships since the mid-2000s, and off to a great start here in the open double sculls. Yeah, and the man that was the last person to do that was Hugh McLeod in 2007, and he actually texted me yesterday and he said to me, oh, it was a tight finish there for Remy, who just got edged out by Rohit for the bronze medal. And, well, I thought that Remy might have just snagged it on the line, but it was 0.6. And he actually said to me, I used to love sneaking up lane 1 at Lake Barrington. It's a great spot just out of the spotlight there. So, yes, it was a close run thing for Newcastle. The last medal at a national championship was 2014. That was Odin McIntosh. I mentioned yesterday he won in the under-19 men's quad gold medal in that event. So just on this particular race, Jack Hanley, who Remy Keats is rowing with, and they're sitting up there maybe in second position at the moment, he actually, the 500 metre splits are actually saying they're ahead by 0.6, but well, we don't want to get excited too early here. But what I will say is Jack Hanley actually won this event back in 2015 with Canberra's Tom Perry.
So very experienced. He hasn't rowed a national championship for some time. He's head coach with Brad Smith. Brad Smith in charge of rowing at Newcastle Grammar, and Jack Hanley's come on board this season. So he's been getting back in the boat. We've encouraged him to do that, and he's pretty excited to have this opportunity to row with Remy Keats. I know his diet's been quite interesting, making sure he can keep himself under the lightweight limit. I can also tell you Laurie Dean, who is in lane 2 with Angus Painter. He was a silver medalist in the open lightweight single. Painter won bronze in the lightweight men's pair. Orton and Waddell, they're also a decent combination. Orton 6th in the lightweight single, Waddell 5th. And then Jordan Roberts 7th in the lightweight single with Tom Hastings, who won gold in the open lightweight pair with Lockie Ziegler. And first race of the week for Diol. He's with Rohit, who won bronze in the single yesterday with that spectacular finish. And then, as I mentioned, Remy Keats 4th in the single yesterday. Jack Hanley, his first event of the week. So they've got out well here, Newcastle. Led to the 500 from the Barwon Mercantile Composite, Painter and Dean. This is a really... so it's still Newcastle in front at the 1K. And as you can see, I was looking at this on paper, and when I was texting Jack this morning, I said to him, mate, this race is absolutely wide open. I just feel like the combinations across the board just look so even to me, and anyone can win it. There is a crew off the pace, and that currently sitting in 6th place is Orton and Waddell, which incredibly, that looks a lot bigger than the 2 seconds away from 5th place. So it's still Hanley and Keats, and I can tell you, Jack Hanley, you know, there's plenty of people in the boat park that'll know him. He'll be absolutely getting the vocal cords fired up here as they head towards the last 750. They got Tyagi and Kumar Singh on their outside. They got Diol and Rohit on their inside, who we know what their finish can be like. Laurie Dean as well, and Painter sitting nicely on this near side of the course. I think they're sitting in a good position here. They've just been stalking the leaders for most of the race, and they're just sitting there ready to pounce here going into the back end of the race.
I definitely wouldn't be writing off either of the Army Rowing Node India crews. As you mentioned there, Ben, Rohit yesterday going through and pinching a very cheeky bronze in the singles, and he's now just starting to move up there in lane number 5, but it's the crew in lane number 7 that is AJ Tyagi and Ujwal Kumar Singh who have the lead now. They have moved ahead of that Newcastle crew. You can see them on the screen at the moment. And again, other than the 2 Indian crews and the Newcastle crew, the 3 crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4, all interstate representatives coming up in the Penrith Cup for the men's lightweight 4s on Sunday. It's Army Rowing Node India in lane number 7, ahead of Newcastle by a second, half a second back to that second Army Rowing Node India. Is it going to be the Quinella for them? North-Est Tasmania University, they're only just behind, and then Barwon and Mercantile, and then Nepean and Swan River, surprisingly a ways off the pace through that final timing point, but it is still anyone's to play for in the final stages here of the open lightweight men's double sculls. This is for the Lucerne Cup. It is Army Rowing Node India 1, Army Rowing Node India 3rd, Newcastle splitting the 2 Indian crews at the moment, but they're now into the final 250 metres. Will Newcastle break their medal drought, Ben?
Well, we will wait and see. India either side of Newcastle Rowing Club, that Tasmanian composite crew on the near side, they are absolutely coming for it as well. Hanley, his last national title back in 2017 in the lightweight men's 80, won this Lucerne Cup back in 2015 with Perry from Canberra. But right now it is India who are leading the way, and they are sitting in the gold medal position, and that is Tyagi and Kumar Singh. They're also sitting in silver now as well, because Diol and Rohit, we know of his finish, is absolutely outstanding, but the Newcastle finish is coming now from Hanley and Keats. Can they pull themselves back? The Tasmanians are also coming on the near side, Painter and Laurie Dean, but it is going to be India, gold and silver, and for Newcastle today, the drought is over. They have their first medal at a national championships since 2014, their first non-composite medal since 2007. And look at what it means to Jack Hanley and Remy Keats, the Indian Rowing Node. They finish in gold and silver, but I'm sorry, Stuart, I am biased. Newcastle Rowing Club, you absolute beauty. They have a medal at the national titles.
It saw what it means to them. I see what it means to you, and it is fantastic. So, confirmation of the results in the open lightweight men's double sculls. It is Army Rowing Node India, Ajay Tyagi and Ujwal Kumar Singh, who are the Australian champions for 2025. The silver to Nitin Diol and Rohit, with the bronze going to Newcastle Rowing Club, Remy Keats and Jack Hanley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals in the open lightweight women's double scull. The medals will be presented by Nicolo Moro-Giovanni as Rowing Australia men's senior coach. Bronze medalists from Black Mountain, Abby Richards, and from Toowong, Kenzie Durbridge, coached by Alex Field and Renee Domashans. Silver medalists from Banks Rowing Club, Antonetta De Cosmo, and from ANU, Alexandra Moylan, coached by Nigel Harding. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025 from Toowong Rowing Club, Jemima Powell, and from Sydney Uni Boat Club, Phoebe Teal, coached by Alex Field and Alfie Young. Please congratulate our medalists in the open lightweight women's double scull.
As we get ready to head back down towards the start line, we're just 30 seconds or so away from our next race. So it's a combined race, races 440 and 441. They are for the PR3 men's and women's coxless pairs. And in the women's pair, we actually have the Paralympic crew. So the women's Paralympic crew of Susanna Lutzer from Banks and Al Viney from Barwon Rowing Club. So you can see them in the foreground of the picture there. Also a big shout out to all the volunteers that are helping out here at the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. You can see the boat holders there, and we've seen it where a number of times there has been some pretty tricky wind conditions, and so they've been out there holding on to the boats and making sure that our crews get away absolutely perfectly. That women's coxless pair, so Susanna Lutzer and Al Viney, they were part of the Australian Paralympic 4, along with Toby Gossassin and Tom Birtwistle in there as well. And I think Hannah Coap was the coxswain in that boat. Made the A final in Paris. Unfortunately, not able to get through the Brits. So the women's crew are underway, and so they've got a little bit of a head start ahead of the men's crew, which is sitting at the start now, just getting ready to go. So that is Sam Stenell from Adelaide Rowing Club and Nick Bartlett from Mercantile. Nick Bartlett's making his Australian debut last year. He rowed with the Australian men's PR3 pair in Lucerne after getting internationally classified. And they are now underway. And you can see there Sam Stenell in the bow seat and Nick Bartlett from Mercantile in the stroke seat. So they have now headed off. So we heard from Al Viney a couple of times during this regatta. She was interviewed by Richard Dorstein before the start of play. I think it was yesterday. And then also joined me in the commentary box for the PR3 mixed double sculls. So with this, the different classifications that we have, and then we've also got the men's and women's PR1 single sculls coming up next race in. So a couple of para races to finish up the first session of play. So we're bookending the first session of play here on the Friday of the Australian Rowing Championships with some para races. So the PR3 men's and women's coxless pairs on the course at the moment, and that crew out in front, they did have a head start. They are quick, they're not quite that quick, but that is Susanna Lutz and Al Viney. So Susanna winning silver medal in the women's PR3 single sculls, and I believe she won a silver earlier on today as well as part of a Banks Mercantile composite with Nick Bartlett. So the two of them out there. You'll see Al Viney in the stroke seat of that crew, and you can see just as she reaches forward on her left hand, there is an adaptive strap there. So it's with a company called Active Hands, and for people with hand impairments, so either missing fingers or if they do have it where, similar to Al, and I know Kai Sakikabara, when he rows, he uses an active hand strap as well. And it's just a way of being able to hold your hand in place. It does have a quick release mechanism that allows the rowers to be able to get out if they do have a crab or something like that. So you can see there Sam Stenell from Adelaide Rowing Club in the bow seat. So he is, I believe, new to rowing. He's definitely new to the para rowing scene. We saw him at the New South Wales Rowing Championships, and then Nick Bartlett in front of him. So Sam Stenell winning silver in the single sculls yesterday, and then Nick Bartlett coming through with the bronze. And we'll see both of those men again rowing for their states later on.
Yeah, Sam Stenell winning bronze at the New South Wales state titles as well. He just beaten in that by Mac Russell, but yesterday turned the tables. An outstanding performance from him. And this is the crew of Lutz and Viney, also in action yesterday. So,
well, Al Viney, you can see there, it's a much better view of that active hand strap. So she's got one that's designed for people with all their fingers, but that's have some kind of an impairment. And for Al, it's she uses that because she doesn't have the strength in her fingers, whereas I use a slightly different one because I don't have all my fingers. I don't have the tops of all. I have all the fingers, I just don't have the tops of them. And it's very useful for people that might be missing fingers. So it's there are a number of options, and I would again highly recommend people who might be listening in that have impairments of some description, get in contact with your local rowing, state or territory rowing association, and just see what options may be available. Because I know before I learned how to row, you know, I always thought that it would be a little bit too hard, and I know I've worked with the guys at Croker for sculling. I've got 2 different coloured handles, and then for the sweep using the active hand strap, certainly an absolute game changer to be able to get through and to be able to row in something resembling a competent fashion. So it's about a 30-second gap at the moment between our men's and women's crews as they're through the 1,000 metres. You can see Nick Bartlett from Mercantile in the stroke seat there, wearing the big V. He'll be wearing the big V on Sunday, where he won a bronze at last year's Interstate Championships behind Jed Altschwager and Mac Russell. Sam Stenell making his South Australian debut and taking over from Jed Altschwager. Looking forward to seeing that race. Flynn Wilkinson from New South Wales will be the favourite for the para single scull. We saw him dominate yesterday, but Sam Stenell finishing in second ahead of Nick Bartlett in third. And it'll be an interesting race between these two on the screen at the moment.
Now, Stuart, I don't think you would have mentioned this because you're too modest, but because I ducked down outside to have a chat to the Newcastle boys just before, but I didn't hear the introduction to this race. But one thing I should say is you're the defending champion in the men's pair. So
Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg, I think it was all him. I just sort of...
No, don't understate your importance to the crew. Pair is, as we discussed yesterday, such a difficult race. The coxless pair, I should say, the cox pair. Well, you know, that's all right. Yeah, so I know that you're enjoying your time in the commentary box. I also know you'd love to be out there as well, wouldn't you, on the water? I
would very much like to be out there, but unfortunately, a few health scares in the last month meant that, well, we would be miles behind, I think, this pairing of Stenell and Bartlett. I think I've got 4 or 5 different gold medals in pairs events, but it's only because nobody else has entered. So we were the quickest down the course in each of them.
But you can only race who you're up against, Stuart. That's the thing.
You can only race who you're up against, but it's a great thing with the para events. You know, it's such a great community that... you know, I got a call a couple of years ago from, I think it was the community rowing club guys, asking if I'd be able to row with Christian, and then being able to do that, and then down at the head of the Yarra regattas, where I think for the last couple of years we've been up against Community and Shell Harbour Composite, or just straight Community as it was this year. And then we've had a licorice all sorts of Drummoyne. We've had the Drummoyne, ANU in there. We've had some people from Nestles with Aaron Skinner as well. And then we had Glebe Rowing Club this year with Mika Kelly and Sam Shalhoub. Not Sam Shalhoub. The name will come back to me. Perry Mataris in there. So it's a great community within the Paras, and we absolutely love all getting up together. And then some of the jokes flying around, definitely not ones that we can say on air in the commentary box. So Sam Stenell and Nick Bartlett here. And in what is a bit of a shame, it appears that World Rowing has dropped the men's and women's PR3 coxless pairs from the World Cup and World Championships. So Nick Bartlett made his Australian debut in Lucerne, which is, of course, an absolutely terrible place to make your debut. He is going to win his first national title in the coxless pairs, though, here at Lake Barrington, which is a very nice place to do that. So it will be first across the line, the crew of Susanna Lutz and Al Viney from Banks and Barwon. Look for them in the Australian fours coming up in the European season. Al Viney very happy with that win. And then holding off Sam Stenell and Nick Bartlett from Adelaide and Mercantile.
So unofficial times, 8:14.20 for the Barwon Banks crew. And that is in the women's event. In the men's event, margin 11.47, but obviously difference in starting times in that one. And Stenell and Bartlett take out the men's title. Lutz and Viney, the women's in the PR3 pairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Lucerne Cup for the Open Lightweight Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Nicolo Morogiovanni, Rowing Australia men's senior coach. Third place and bronze medalists from Newcastle Rowing Club, Jack Hanley and Remy Keats. Second place and silver medalists from the Army Rowing Node India, Nitin Diol and Rohit, coached by Lakesh Kumar, Lava Kumar and Anthony Patterson. And your gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025 from the Army Rowing Node India, AJ Tyagi and Ujjwal Kumar Singh, coached by Lakesh Kumar, Lava Kumar and Anthony Patterson. Please congratulate our medalists and Australian champions in the Open Lightweight Men's Double Scull. And now for the presentation of the Lucerne Cup. So congratulations there to Tyagi and Kumar Singh, the Open Lightweight Men's Double Scull champions of Australia, the winners of the Lucerne Cup at Newcastle Rowing Club. Almost brought a tear to my eye. I couldn't believe it. I almost cried. Stuart, I wouldn't have thought that was going to happen, but when they crossed the line, that was quite a moment.
I think particularly after yesterday.
Well, after yesterday being so close and, you know, almost being blinded by the fact that, you know, you really want someone to, to get themselves on the podium. Well, today they did. And Newcastle with that first national medal since 2014 and a first non-composite nationals medal since 2007. And Hugh McLeod, Odin McIntosh, those members that been part of those crews in years gone by. So those two absolute legends, and the two on the podium for Newcastle today as well. As we head back down to the start, so we've got the PR1 women's single scull, and it's Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise, coached by Arsha Southwood. And then we will have the PR1 men's single scull. They are coming down the course as well. Very famous name in Australian sport, you would say, not just Australian rowing. Eric Horry from Sydney Rowing Club with the NTC in lane 3. Mitch Bales from Torrens Rowing Club in lane 4. Tristan Orchard from Commercial Rowing Club in the QAS in lane 5. So all of these 4 scullers going off together in the men's and women's PR1 event.
Yeah, so Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, she was off first, and then the men followed her, and Eric Horry already passed, as he is a multiple Paralympic medalist. I think our most decorated Paralympic rower, winning bronze again in the winning bronze at the Paris Paralympics after a couple of silvers in both Tokyo and in Rio de Janeiro. You can see him behind him, the sculler from Torrens Rowing Club in the red and white stripes of Torrens in Mitchell Bales, and then Tristan Orchard from Commercial Rowing Club, coached by Gus Rodero in that blue Zooty. So with these rowers, so Sarah Ashley Tate, interestingly enough, is a former Commonwealth Games athlete. She competed at the 2018 Commonwealth Games in para-triathlon and has made the switch across to para-rowing. So she's, I think this is her second national title, so rowing for the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, where she's coached by Archer Southwood. You can see her just on the screen at the moment. So with the PR1, so the PR3s that we saw earlier, they are, well, in the old way of putting it, it was legs, trunks and arms. So you could use everything, but you have some kind of an impairment that means that rowing's just that little bit harder. In the PR2, it is trunk and arms, so they use a fixed seat, but there is that expectation that you're able to help propel the boat using your torso. And then in the PR1 category, it is mostly just your arms and shoulders. So they do tend to rock back, but you can see on Eric here that they do have those pontoons on either side. So that is compulsory for the PR1s, as are the strapping. So you can see there the straps over Eric's legs and then also over his arms. So Eric, in recent times, he's moved back. He's rowing for Sydney Rowing Club here, but he's moved back up to his home state of Queensland and rowing on the Big Brown Snake at the Brisbane River, along with the Queensland Academy of Sport. So multiple world champion in this event, and as we say, a multiple Paralympic medalist in there as well. So Eric Horry up on the screen, and you can see there, certainly not letting anything go in that lovely Felipe scull, and certainly still moving the boat very, very quickly as he comes up towards the 1,000 metres. So I've got Tristan Orchard and Mitchell Bales in behind him, so from Torrens and Commercial. Torrens Rowing Club was the home club of Simon Aubrey, who competed at the 2020 or 2021 Tokyo Paralympic Games, along with Kat Ross, where they finished in the B final. So we can see there Mitchell Bales from Torrens, and again another new entrant to the para-rowing community, and sitting in second place in the men's PR1 single sculls. So you'll see them there with their with the backs, and certainly some very quick times that we see from the PR1s. So Polyansky from the Ukraine, cannot remember for the life of me now because I'm on air the name of the British PR1 sculler that won it, but the Welsh man with who's very big into his coffee apparently. So he is the defending Paralympic champion. Polyansky was almost undefeated or unbeatable in the PR1 single sculls for a very long time, and then he was beaten in the final of the Paralympics over in Paris.
And I'm getting absolutely no internet, so I can't even do a quick Google search for you, Stuart, to assist with that, which is a bit frustrating. But anyway, I'll take a bit of no coverage for the beautiful views. We'll see if you have a little bit more luck. As you can see in this one, we've got Tristan Orchard from Commercial, the QAS. And coming into view there is Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, so the only entry in the PR1 women's single. So she will win that event. Eric Horry's a 45-second lead back to Mitchell Bales. And there's Mitchell Bales from Torrens Rowing Club.
Benjamin Pritchard from Great Britain. So it was Benjamin Pritchard who took the win ahead of Ukraine's Roman Polyansky, and then Eric Horry finishing in third place just ahead of Shmel Damiel from Israel and Alexis Sanchez from France. So we can see there Mitchell Bales from Torrens Rowing Club up on the screen at the moment, and he's coming down towards the 1500 metres. And as I say, there can be some pretty quick times, and if you want to know just sort of, for the people that a slight idea, I guess, of some of those ones, how hard it is to really get some quick times. If you do when you do your warm-ups and you're doing arms only, arms and body, and then move out through there, arms only is basically what you're doing with the PR1 category. So it's a very different setup. Again, they have to have the pontoons on either side and then the straps in there as well, as we just see Sarah Ashley Tate from the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club up on the screen at the moment. The other thing with para rowing is that you can row up a category. So if Eric wanted to, he could row in a PR2 or PR3 race, but the PR2s can't come down and the PR3s can't go down. So you can't just say, if you're classified as a PR3, you can't just have a fixed seat and go, yep, I'm going to row in the PR2s. It has to be classified at that level, but you can row up. And we saw that last year. There was a Mexican PR3 mixed double that qualified through the Americas qualification one, but both of those rowers were actually PR2.
And you just think in this situation, think about rowing all out, arms only, the lactic acid that's building up in your arms in this moment as you're working your way into this last part of the race. Very, very significant. That'd be extremely challenging to deal with, because it is a much smaller part of your body than using your legs.
It is, and I think one of the amazing things that I've seen out of Roman Polyansky is that he breaks his arms really early on in the stroke, the Ukrainian sculler. So he doesn't have the arms out, he doesn't hang off it quite as much as a lot of the other rowers. He'll actually break his arms quite early into the stroke, and then as he goes back, you know, then it's already broken. Whereas if we get a bit of a look at Eric Horry out towards the front, you can see there it's just a little bit more open. So Eric Horry coming down towards the finish line now. He will take his, well, this would almost be about his 10th or 11th Australian rowing title, and confirmation of the win for Sydney Rowing Club. Eric Horry in the men's PR1 single sculls. He's coached by Don McLaughlin, and taking a very good win there. So back a little bit further to our remaining scullers. So we've got Mitchell Bales from Torrens Rowing Club, who's sitting in second place, and then Tristan Orchard from Commercial Rowing Club sitting in third in the men's event, and then Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club coming through in, so she will take the win in the PR1 single scull. So great to see a number of entrants in the PR1 category, and we can see there Tristan Orchard from Commercial Rowing Club ahead of Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. So Mitchell Bales just on the screen there. And the other thing with the PR1 and the PR2 boats, they are a little bit heavier, they are a little bit wider as well. So it's only the PR1 boats that have got those outriggers, the pontoons on the sides. The PR2, you can have them if you want, but for the most part, most of the rowers don't. And the big thing for Australian para rowing is going to be to try and stop the dominance of the Brits. There were only 2 gold medals in Paris that the British didn't win, and that was in the women's PR1, where it was Moran Samuel from Israel, and then obviously Jed Olschwager and Nikki Ayres in the PR3 mixed double sculls. The first time that event has been held at the Paralympics, and it was a good win for, it was the first ever Australian Paralympic gold medal, and that was by Nikki Ayres and Jed Olschwager. You can see here we've got Mitchell Bales from the Torrens Rowing Club coming across the line now. He'll win silver in the men's PR1 single sculls. So a strong finish from him, and again you can see there, Ben, just how much it takes out going down the course. And our final 2 rowers coming up towards the line. So pretty similarly placed, Tristan Orchard from Commercial Rowing Club and Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. And again, highly recommend for anyone who does have an impairment, who might be in a wheelchair, have a hand difference, have just, there's a whole range of different impairments that are eligible for para rowing, and highly recommend getting in contact either with your local club or with your local state or territory rowing association. I know for me, I'm not eligible for a lot of para sport, but para rowing does happen to be one of them, given that you do have to hold on to the oars and it's a little bit tricky when you've got bits and pieces missing. But there are a number of different ways, different things. I know one of the guys from the Community Rowing Club worked with the University of New South Wales on a special gate that actually feathers her blade as she goes, comes forward, and then puts a blade into the water, and then it'll feather it back for us. So there's plenty of things available and plenty of clever technology that people can use. Tristan Orchard from Commercial Rowing Club coming up towards the finish line now in the men's PR1 single sculls. He'll finish in 3rd place. It's confirmation there of Tristan Orchard across the line for Commercial. And then our final rower across the line will be the winner of our PR1 women's single scull, Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the PR3 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Christine McLaren, Paris gold medal winning coach. First place, gold medalist and Australian champions for 2025, Susanna Lutz from Banks and Alexandra Viney from Barwon. Please congratulate our Australian champions in the PR3 Women's Coxless Pair. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the PR3 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Christine McLaren, Paris gold medal winning coach. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Sam Stenell, and from Mercantile, Nick Bartlett. Please congratulate our Australian champions in the PR3 Men's Coxless Pair for 2025. Embark on a delicious journey through Tasmania's finest flavours with a tasting trail that showcases the best of local produce. On Saturday and Sunday from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. in the Row Union Bar, meet passionate producers, savour farm-to-table delights and explore the island's vibrant food and beverage scene. Check out the traders in our Regatta Village. There's a range of products and services on offer. Don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop, rowing apparel from 776 BC, and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Parallo Marine are here to talk to your club or school about sustainable development of rowing and water sports infrastructure. You can stop by the Kentish Council tent for visitor information services and the Sport Integrity Australia tent for everything you need to know about keeping our sport safe and fair. Robbie Consulting and Study and Play USA are here assisting Australian high school athletes achieve rowing scholarships to the United States college system. And you can check out the awesome prizes you can win by jumping on an erg at the Rowing Australia and Row Nation tent. Indoor rowing is booming. Earn an initial $5,000 and milestone payments by sharing your rowing skills with a wider fitness crowd. Learn more at rowclub.co or visit the indoor rowing tent. The 2024 Australian Rowing Championships is proudly supported by the Tasmanian Government through Events Tasmania. Thank you to our government partners for making this event possible.
My back faces the finish line. I pursue something I can't see. So we build a team and learn to trust the rower behind, in front. Together, we chase perfect, unbroken circles. In the water, with practiced hands, again and again and again, from catch to finish, handle to blade. And together, our vision is clear. When we're together, our circle is unbreakable. The path to greatness can't be rowed alone. It must be as one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having the presentations very, very soon for the PR1 women's and men's single sculls. And then, straight after that, we have got the afternoon of racing. The under-17 women's Cox quad scull is on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the PR1 Women's Single Scull. The medals will be presented by Christine McLaren, Paris gold medal winning coach. And the gold medalist and Australian champion for 2025, Sarah Ashley Tate from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, coached by Archer Southwood. Please congratulate our Australian champion for 2025 in the PR1 Women's Single Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the PR1 Men's Single Scull. The medals will be presented by Christine McLaren, Paris gold medal winning coach. Third place and bronze medalist from Commercial Rowing Club and the QAS, Tristan Orchard, coached by Augustin Rodero. Second place and silver medalist from Torrens Rowing Club, Mitchell Bales. And gold medalist and Australian champion for 2025 representing Sydney Rowing Club in the NTC, Eric Horry, coached by Donald McLaughlin. Please congratulate our medalist and Australian champion in the PR1 Men's Single Scull. Alrighty, so we will be back for racing very, very soon. Lizzie Chapman and Richard Dorstein are on the way, and it'll begin with the under-17 women's coxed quad. So thanks for your company this morning. We'll catch you very soon.
Welcome back to rowing, everybody, on our how many days have we been here now? 5 days. 5th day of the or our 5th afternoon of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships here at beautiful Lake Barrington. We are going to kick off this afternoon's racing with the under-17 women's coxed quad sculls. We've got as far as the semi-finals in these races. The first 4 across the line will progress through to the final, and the remainder will drop out of the event. In our first semi-final,